Nice. Wait, what happened? All right, I'm in. I see. What kind of subway? I see.
I just realized my fucking mic audio was off. Actually, that's a good thing. Oh, that's funny. I'm just setting something up quickly before we get into the things here. I'm just trying to invite more people. I'm sorry, Sparky. I'm trying my best to set this all up as fast as I can. Okay. Hello, lore. Sorry, I'm just setting things up right now. I'm almost done. It's just someone in the chat's asking Sparky, so sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Silly me. Yeah. I was looking at something else.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there's a guy. I see him there.
Alright. Hopefully that works. I'm just going to do a little check here. I'm gonna just I just got my Roblox account banned, he says. False.
Oh, jeez, how'd that happen? Oh, dang, how'd that happen?
He says if someone was being toxic. Alright. And why can't I be toxic? Exactly, it's a classic case of a bully being punished for defending him. I mean, it's a classic case of a victim being punished for defending himself.
Sounds like a bummer. Big bummer.
Damn it. See, this is a problem with doing this shit so late. It doesn't seem like anyone's actually online right now. Because the only person is Rat Turd. When you're ready. This is a shame, because I was going to ask Urguri or this other guy now. You know, I'll ask him. I know he doesn't like joining, you know, new Discord servers, but I'll just tell him that he can leave once, you know. I am streaming open on Halo mods right now. My friend Sparky. We are in voice chat right now if you want to join us. It's in another server, but after we are done, leave another server on your list. I thought I'll invite him. We'll see if he comes. He might not, because I know he doesn't like to... Oh, hi, D&D. I was banned on the 28th. Is it a permanent ban? Okay. I should explain what's going on. So I kind of have everything set up here. So I have this is the second part of Banished Base. You go through this tunnel, and it does like a transition into the next part, and you fight through this canyon, area, or whatever it is. Go through here. You go through here. Then you come here. There's some Ostafricosauruses. You come out here. You get a cutscene, and then you see some skiffs. You know, going over here, and then you got the whole base here. So really, this is going to be another stream in Blender where I'm kind of boringly messing with a bunch of cubes. Actually, I shouldn't be doing that. We should be, Who joined?
Let me check. Some guy named Hunter Rev94. I don't think I've met this guy
Rev,
before.
you actually joined?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't think you joined my Jurassic Ark server, but hello.
I figured why not? I might as well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. How's the modding going?
I'm just going to be texturing the Banished Base now.
Okay. You know, the actual Banished Base is not these prefab bullshit cubes.
Yeah, if in the announcement channel I posted the stream link, but yeah, I'm actually trying to make it not look like it's a fucking prefab, make it look like it's an actual like base. Right now I'm just kind of setting up the racks of metal from the smelted warthogs.
Ooh.
At least that's what I'm trying to do.
See, now that's a fun and more interesting idea than when we saw in Infinite when we did a little playthrough. Just actually seeing like them grabbing, you know, UNSC equipment, Covenant equipment, anything like that, and saying, "Fuck it, we're just gonna add this onto our machinery," you know?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of showed it in Infinite, but it just wasn't like. I don't think it was enough. Like they only did it in the multiplayer where, I mean, they showed it in the campaign, but you don't really see the end result of it, where it's like. You see the melted down, like, you don't see any of the UNSC shit actually, like, Atriox has an ODST, like, chest plate on his, like, his belly, right?
Yeah, like a belt buckle, basically.
So, we never see that with any of the Banished vehicles. You know, we don't see, like, parts of a Scorpion added on. We don't see a Banished Warthog, and that's what I kind of want to try and improve on. Like, I want a Banished Falcon, actually, which, you know, people are like, oh, why would they do that? It's a helicopter. Why would they... Well, it's a tilt rotor, actually, but still.
Because, again, this is a faction that Halo Wars 2 basically established that they salvage anything, they make deals with anyone, the strength isn't from the rigidity that the Covenant have. Their strength comes from, like, everybody comes together and contributes something to the design, basically. That's what makes the Banished so interesting as a faction. You know, Atriox invites everyone with the strength to join in. You see Sangheili adopting some of their methods. Like, even in the cutscene where you have Red Team basically just getting, like, running out of the base and then witnessing all of the Banished, like, on the ridgeline, you actually see some Sangheili just kind of getting in on the brute, like, war cries. Some of the, like, there's one I think you can see actually doing, like, the I'm gonna cut your throat motion with his hand. And they're like, yeah, no, this is actually kind of cool. They're all, like, on the same page of, like, fuck it. Let's just give into the animal instinct for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas with Infinite, it's like, oh, it's just mercenaries and boring shit. I'm just sitting there like, God, why?
Oh, the spiritual reboot of the Covenant, everyone.
That's the worst thing. Like, that's what annoys me about whenever you create something new, or like when you try to like invoke something from the originals while saying, oh, we're just going to move forward, is that you just make a watered down, less interesting version of what was already there. Like, imagine, for example, if Mass Effect 5 comes out, right, and then it's like, oh, there's the Cerberus Remnant, or like the Cerberus Rebuild, or like something stupid like that, and it's literally just the same group of enemies you've encountered in Mass Effect 3, except they have slightly different armor.
Yeah, exactly.
It's beyond obnoxious and annoying, and again, that's what annoys me, like especially with Star Wars and the First Order. It's like it's visually no different from the Empire. The TIE fighters are the same. The Stormtroopers are almost like you can argue it's like, oh, but
there was a Star Wars mod that actually improved on this for Star Wars Battlefront 2, which actually made the First Order feel more like a ragtag Empire remnant instead of feeling like, oh, we're just a fucking Empire, but our armor is a little more futuristic. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly. No, you're not wrong. And it's like, again, like I was gonna say, it's like it's nearly identical, except it's slightly more rounded in some areas and has like more military, like modern military sensibilities. Again, the TIE fighters are basically identical, except like two people can sit on it. Their Star Destroyers are basically almost the same with like minor deviations here and there. And it's like, it's so incredibly annoying because the promise of the First Order is just yanked out of everything and just made completely moot by the simple fact of like, oh, it's literally just the Empire. We can't be bothered to create something original in terms of like the design. And again, with the Banished, it's the same thing. Like, I don't mind the designs for Infinite. I think the Sangheili look fine. I like the Brutes. I like the Grunts. And I like the Hunters. You know, that's just my subjective opinion. Mm-hmm. But in terms of them actually being the Banished, in terms of them being like the Halo Wars 2 aliens we saw, there's nothing that even remotely feels like it. They just feel too much like the Covenant. They feel too much like, yeah, these are your bog standard, you know, units, and they almost fit in with the same formations and the same kind of like method of fighting you. Basically, there's no like deviation in their attack pattern. You know, the Grunts will always rush in, and then the leaders will stay back. The Brutes will always kind of like go into berserk states. Sangheili will always rely on the shields. Jackals will always kind of like shoot you from a distance. There's no attempt to make them stand out from their peers. Like, for example, let's say suddenly you see, you know, maybe some Jackals don't choose the sniping option. Maybe they actually will take on, you know, turret roles or pilot vehicles or things like that. Or maybe the Brutes actually try to do more stealth approaches. Maybe we see like a return from the stealth units from Halo 3. Maybe some of the Sangheili just boost their shields and say, fuck it, I'm gonna be a heavy now, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's no attempt to do any of that. It's all just, like you said, the spiritual successor of the Covenant is just essentially the Covenant.
Exactly. Can't seem to find the file I was looking for, so I'm gonna have to recreate this then. It's okay.
You're good, no worries. But again, it's just very obnoxious to kind of witness all this and see like the promise Infinite has just get diminished inch by inch, segment by segment. Everything new they promise is either watered down or not even there. And again, we went through the play, like we did a partial playthrough, and we just had no interest in it. Like we were blitzing through the whole thing. We didn't bother with the fucking story. Like, and again, even then, when it comes to like whenever we do generation plays, we bother with the story. We're like, oh, this is interesting, you know, etc., etc. Even if it isn't particularly like ground shattering. But here with Infinite, we were just so disinterested with everything. We didn't give a shit about the weapon. We didn't give a shit about like Chief's renewed interest in things. Like nothing. We were just so uninterested. We started skipping cutscenes. We just said, "Fuck it, let's get back into the action and start killing shit."
The writing for the weapon, I didn't realize how fucking millennial writing it was until I was like actually like replaying the game. I was like, "Holy shit, she's literally doing the fucking Joss Whedon fucking shit." I'm like, "Holy fuck."
But it's quirky and endearing, and it makes you care about it. It's like, no, it's annoying and obnoxious. No normal person goes like, I guess that means he's having a bad, you know, like nobody talks like that.
Exactly, it's like inhuman.
Yes, like when you see characters like quipping and being tropey and basically like trying to be humorous in ways that don't make sense, that's not a well-written character. That's again, there's nothing natural about that to begin with. It's just you can tell that you're being emotionally manipulated into thinking, hey, this character is cool, or hey, this character is interested, and vice versa.
Well,
that's all it is.
There's the stench of fucking... There's the stench of it being fake. You can tell a person's like being fake, if that makes sense.
You know, like there's something that I'll give Mass Effect Andromeda, and that is there's this brief moment where Liam, one of your squad mates, has this moment with another member of your squad mate, Jal, and he's a new alien that was introduced in the game. One of the big things is that there's this moment where in-game you will sign off on like a special project Liam wants you to sign off on, which, by the way, that's how they handle like progression in some instances. And in it, you're not giving a lot of details. You just said it's a special project from Liam. You know, authorize it at your leisure, yada yada yada. And then after you sign off on the project, your Pathfinder will then go down to Liam's quarters to let him know, like, hey, I signed off on that thing. And as soon as you do, you see Liam without a shirt on and basically like hovering over Angaran armor. And then immediately you find Jarl walking in butt-ass naked. And yes, they gave the model an ass and everything, just to be clear. And he's nude. He's letting Liam examine his gear and armor. You know, and they're purposely like trying to say like offensive things to one another. And there's this brief moment where your character will be like, "Hey, knock it off, you two." And it's revealed that because they don't know each other and they don't know their racial like taboos and things like what holds something sacred, yada yada yada. They decided to just say, "Fuck it, we're going to take off our clothing, examine each other's gear, and then just start ripping into each other, just to see like what hurts and what doesn't, basically." So they just kind of do that, and that's good kind of writing because it shows A, they're letting their guard down in both metaphysical and physical descriptions, and B, they are actively trying to address an obvious elephant in the room where we have different standards, and what will be considered offensive to one person won't be offensive to another person. So you might as well just try to like get that shit out of the way first before you try anything.
I love how someone in the stream chat's like saying the hell holy
Yes.
Hell nah.
That is exactly how it goes. Yes, that's exactly how that scene plays out. It's two dudes just being naked and just trying to offend each other, and meanwhile your character's just standing there like, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Why is this a thing?
Well, not
Sounds like the opening, the introduction for a Gachamuchi porno.
I don't even know what that is, but yes. Hold on. That's correct. Can you add a boss? That'd be interesting. Like how we tackled a few of the bosses in Infinite, and what was it? It was and that's another thing. I can't remember any other fucking names because they're just so fucking.
We fought Tremonius, right? And we fought Chaklock, right? And I want to bring up I think my mod did a better boss fight with Pyracanthus, even though he's fucking easy, because he's literally like I think he's about the second boss you fight in the game. I feel like he's better designed because you actually have to fight against him because you have to throw a trip mine under his bubble shield to blow it up so you can shoot at him, and he also can pull out a flamethrower in mid-fight and you have to jump over it and dodge it, and he also has a gravity hammer.
Yeah, no, I think that's well done, to be quite frank. But the bosses in Infinite, they're just bullet sponges, and aside from because I'll admit we died to Chaklock,
and most of them are just reskins of existing enemy types. Like fucking Tremonius is he's one of the jetpack captains, I think, and Chaklock's just a elite warlord, but with actually, do they call it? I remember. Okay, no, they call them. Okay, this is what's weird. So on the wiki, they're called warlords, but on the fucking Infinite loading screen, they call them elite generals. And they do that with the fucking elite zealots, which are supposed to be the spec ops, the purple guys. So
I think it's one of those inconsistencies where I think, again, the development team and the writing team were at odds with each other, which is it's becoming more and more of a thing nowadays, which is, again, getting under my skin more than ever, but, I'll leave it at that. But for the most part, I'm just going to chalk that up to, incompetence, really. And that's sad, I have to say that. But we, again, and like I said, we died a few times to these bosses, simply because it's we're not taking this seriously. But even then, with our fuck-ups, we manage to take them out on the second attempt usually, because they're not that intricate as a boss. They're not that difficult as bosses.
I fucked up. I just kept power weapons because I thought it would make things go faster, but all they did was get rid of their shields.
Exactly, which, again, that's not how you do a good boss. Having a shield that basically is fuck you, you don't get to damage me, is not a good boss fight. Again, with Tremonius, second attempt around, we got him, and then we took him out. Chaklock, we couldn't activate or get our pings to work, and I don't know why that was the case. I think it may have been just a discrepancy between the latency and things like that. Because, again, when we played, there was some serious fucking what's it called? Some serious fucking discrepancies with problems and shit like that. But we couldn't do it that way, and then we just had to rely on just what's the word? We had to rely on fighting him with the environment and just taking advantage of this. And this is, again, something we discovered playing the game. The enemy AI is not designed to handle two players at the same time, and it is very obvious when the AI breaks, when the enemy just focuses on one player and doesn't focus on the other. They suffer from extreme tunnel vision, and they just basically lose all higher brain function at that point. And when it came to Chaklock, it was literally just a case of one of us would just kind of start pelting him with the fusion coils, and then shoot him when he becomes uncloaked, or just take advantage when he's trying to attack another one, and then just beat him while his back is turned, basically.
Yeah.
that's the entirety of many of the bosses we encountered. It was just a case of someone draws the aggro, and the other person just shoots at the very obvious weaknesses.
The only time that worked was with the hunters. And it's like,
yeah.
And that's only because it's a leftover from Halo 5, where you actually had to use this squad mechanic to fight them, which they didn't bother to balance for fucking, single player, which is like...
Well, yes, but that still cracked me up. I just come in with the fucking sentinel beam, and it's like, oh, hi, guys, and just disintegrate them. It's like, yeah, that was the thing. Sorry, Lord's asking a question. Can you make a JK anime reference?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. No, that's JJK. Oh, is that the sorcerer anime I keep hearing about?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes,
that's called Jujutsu Kaisen.
I'm sorry. You're talking to someone who got off of anime in like the mid 2010s or so. Like my reference of like what is and isn't popular is about 20 years out of date. For context here, the last animes I was watching at the time was Bleach and fucking Ghost in the Shell.
I gotta say, personally, I can kind of relate because the majority of the anime I like is a lot older stuff from like the 90s and the early 2000s, stuff like that. Like my favorite kind of anime is stuff like Standalone Complex, Ghost in the Shell, like what you mentioned, Ghost in the Shell, Standalone Complex, Cowboy Bebop, that kind of stuff. I really love Ghost in the Shell especially. It's definitely one of my favorite kind of animes, as well as just one of my favorite sci-fi things in general, my favorite sci-fi settings in general. I love Ghost in the Shell. I fucking love cyborgs. Cyborgs are fucking awesome.
Yeah, and that's, Ghost in the Shell plays into a lot of interesting concepts, designs. They really said, fuck it, let's just try to make the most bizarre yet slightly plausible cybernetics we could possibly make. Like the individuals who will go at a computer to type and then their fingers open up to create little pincers to like type away at like mad at a fucking keyboard, or
that stuff.
There's
or that Chinese lady. There's that Chinese agent who had like the shotgun in her arm that could fire coins, that used coins as ammo.
Yeah.
There's like that one CEO guy who put his brain, his cyber brain, it's like a little box, like a little robot box thing, or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
His family left him. Like his family was disappointed in him. It's like he got divorced because of that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like they play into the idea of like what it means to be human, where your mind goes, like things of that nature. And I did enjoy a lot of it. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it, so my memory's beyond fuzzy. Cowboy Bebop especially plays, like, again, I like the idea of like, how war affects people, how you try to like move away from it, and how like with the Souls and the Bebop, it really is just a case of like it's too late for them. They're never really gonna move on. The only one who really got away was Ed, and even then it's like, yeah, it's a fucking kid, of course they can get away. Which is far better than the fucking Netflix adaptation and what the fuck was going on there.
Oh yeah, I've only seen clips of the Netflix show and like video reviews of it. It does not look good, holy shit. What I really hate especially is it's like they took a show that was relatively sincere. They took like an anime that was able to balance being sincere with having some goofy moments. They had a balance of that. And they just decide, okay, it's like a Japanese cartoon. Let's just make it like, that means it's gotta be like live action Looney Tunes. It's like they saw the fact that, they saw the source material was a cartoon that was animated, and they just assumed, okay, that means it's gotta be really goofy. It's gonna be like Guardians of the Galaxy before reboot, or something like that. But it's like Looney Tunes or some shit like that. We're gonna have cum jokes, cum jokes in the show.
Yeah, basically, it's the show was very clearly not designed with anyone who gave a shit about it. The only thing I'll give them is the costume department did a decent enough job. And again, I need to stress that decent, not good, decent. And that's only because when it comes to Cowboy Bebop, a lot of its clothing designs is pretty much like, it's slightly futuristic stuff of what we have now. So it's relatively, and again, throwing that out there, relatively easy to, get back and, create, basically. I mean, Spike's outfit, for Christ's sakes, is just a blue suit with a yellow shirt underneath. That's basically it in a nutshell. But even then, we know him because of just how cool and unusual this motherfucker is. Even though he's incredibly depressed. But anyway. No, the show was absolute garbage. They casted people who clearly did not fit the role whatsoever. It was just, oh, we'll do this, yada yada yada. The action scenes were another good point in its favor, but again, I stress that with like the biggest fucking quotations of good, mind you. And it's a good thing it got canceled because, frankly, I'm just glad that this abomination will never exist again, and the legacy of Cowboy Bebop is relatively secured again.
Yeah, nice.
Seriously, just fuck that show. It makes me so angry. Ironically, I don't feel that bad about the Ghost in the Shell live action thing, but even then, I could see the problems. It's like, okay, it's not the same, but it's close enough to be interesting. So I'm gonna leave this alone for now. You know.
Personally,
no.
I have not seen the live action version, and I don't really care. In fact, a lot of times I kind of forget it even exists. I remember seeing like the trailers for it when it was new, but that's it.
I did. It was all right. It referenced a lot of the anime. It did try to do its own plot, but it was fine for what it was. Not perfect in any stretch of the imagination, far from it, but it was suitable enough for what it was, and it was very clear that someone wanted it to be closer to the source, but someone else got started to do bullshit. That's it. Anyway,
Whitewashing.
No, not even
Kusanagi.
Not even that. It was more of a case of like, clearly the original plot was not something they wanted to do, and wanted to do like an adaptation of standalone complex and things like that. But it got like, someone was like, no, we don't want to do that. We want this to be more original to this live action version. It's like, okay, whatever, shut the fuck up, I don't care. So it is what it is. But no, that's my frame of reference when it comes to anime. Anything else beyond that point has been nothing but white noise to me. I don't know much about Jujutsu Kaisen, whatever it's called. I just know some of the jokes and the memes. I don't know anything about the other one, the Dan. All I know is that, what is it? The main character loses his nuts, and that's the goal, to get them back, essentially.
Wait, that's actually a show?
I think so. Look, again, I don't follow this crap anymore. It's been 20 years, and I'm like, you know what? I like to keep my brain cells. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Personally, I mean, I've seen like what you said. You mentioned that you saw like a lot of memes and stuff about jiu-jitsu. I've actually, I'm in that kind of similar space as well. I've seen like memes and stuff talk about the characters, like there's that potential man meme. There's like jokes about like certain characters being kind of like underpowered or whatever. Like I think stuff like that is fun to watch, even if I don't actually know much about the actual show.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just think it's kind of fun to see other people's perspective on it.
Right.
But yeah, what was I gonna say about it? Yeah, regarding like modern anime and stuff, I feel like the kind of impression I get when I just basically kind of gaze at modern anime for just like a little bit, glance at it for a little bit. Like the impression I get is that's mostly just like copy pasted isekai shit now, or like isekai or slice of life Gunner bait.
Yeah, no, I don't like this because it's taking the fish out of water trope, which is a long since established trope of a character being put to another location and being lost essentially. But what's annoying about it is that it's leaning into the power fantasy aspect too much, and it's just becoming absurd. Like, the reason we follow stories like this is because we want to see the protagonists overcome challenges, grow stronger. That's why characters like Goku are still relevant. That's why Bleach still exists, as far as I understand it. Why we followed Naruto, One Piece, all this shit. Because we see these characters go from weak babbies to incredibly powerful and feared individuals with hearts of gold, basically. Especially with Goku and Luffy. But with this isekai bullshit, it's like there's none of that. It's just they die for some reason or another, are given a second chance, and then boom, they're just obnoxiously overpowered, and some of them are just morally corrupt to the point where I'm like, I want to hurt you. Like, I want to grab your head and just start hitting it into the wall until either the wall collapses or your head splatters into 1,000 little chunks of salsa.
Oh, wow.
Either.
Hi,
Hey,
Hello.
Rancer, how's it going?
Greetings.
Hello.
Anyways, I'm here to...
Ratter? You
There's
okay?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm just tired from work.
You're good.
Got the whole squad on tonight. Let's fucking go.
Nice.
Just like I said, either way, something's gonna give, and I'm not stopping until that happens. The only other anime bullshit I've been aware of was Star Wars Visions, and that was it. And even then, I look at it like, what the fuck is this? Who proved this? What person must I kill now to stop this shit? It's so fucking tired of this. Like, it's like I see it and all I can think is like, wow, what a waste of actual talent at every possible turn. What is this? What is this shit? Why am I here? Why am I subjecting myself to it?
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Basically, that's my entire thought process at that point. Because again, I didn't bother watching this because Star Wars is dead to me at this point. I just said, fuck it, what's the clips and everything? And half of it I was like, okay, but why? And the other half was like, okay, it's a little interesting. I think the only thing I cared about was the Studio Trigger little one, because you have like a new version, like a new design of Boba Fett that looked interesting. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of clever. Okay, cool. And the weird, for whatever reason, it's like, fuck it, we're just doing Japan in space. And the fucking, the literal lightsaber umbrella, that made me giggle, because I was like, okay, we just stopped caring about actual design. Okay, great. You know, it wasn't like Star Wars had an uphill battle to begin with people taking it even remotely seriously. Now it's gone. It's out the window because of all of you. God. But yeah, I didn't give a shit. I just said fuck it, and since then I haven't really bothered. I think they did a sequel to this or announced it. I think it may have gotten canceled. God, I'm hoping it got canceled.
Yeah.
But it's out there, and yeah, I want to die. I want to go onto the Golden Gate Bridge and say fuck it. Here we go. Wee. Anyway, so yes. So I'm just checking one other thing. The only other thing that's also something I was going to say about Infinite. I completely forgot. Like I said, I'm going to be honest. Bosses kind of sucked. I'm surprised how stable the game is, because we've played it like, what was it, 3 hours roughly, give or take. And there was very little crashing. There was very little issues. The what's it called? The vehicles stayed, like, we weren't experiencing any real lag. We weren't like being pulled left, right, and sideways, not really running into any sort of problems. It was just kind of like, it was stable, which surprised me to no end.
Yeah, of course.
But the rest was just, no, it nothing really was interesting. And another thing I want to mention is that there was a very clear attempt to make what's it called? To try and make the game as like controlled as possible by the developers. Like, no fun allowed in a lot of instances. I think the biggest annoyance I had was when we went into the tower and we tried to bring the tank in. What is it? In the open area. I was able to like get it past the gate you were at, but as soon as I got it through there, there are these two like barricades, and no matter what I did, no matter how I wedged the tank and like got it into a different position, it would not go. It was super glued to every point. And I just, all I could feel is like, this is the, what's the word? This is the developers basically saying, no, we didn't we didn't want anyone to go in with a tank to make this instance more easier or anything like that, so you're just going to go in on foot and suffer. That's it.
Yeah.
I think that's the one thing I absolutely despise when it comes to, like, that is, to me, that is the sign of a poor and weak developer. Someone who restricts everything fun about their game and says, no, you can't do that. No, you can't have fun with this. No, you're going to play the game how the fuck we decided you to play the game. And that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just beyond obnoxious, to be quite frank. And really, I just, how do I put it? It's just irritating. Like, you get better games in the form of, like, what's the word? In the forms of Baldur's Gate 3, Warframe, all this kind of stuff, because you can actually go in and do shit that under normal circumstances you couldn't. Baldur's Gate 3, for example, you see that child over there? You can absolutely kill them, and then just summon the biggest fireball, and say, "Yeah, no, not dealing with that shit today." It always it never ceases to make me giggle how I can do that. And there was even one point where it's like, okay, so the kids are programmed to run away at some point when you start causing damage, right? Like that's their way of saying, like, oh, it's not really child murder. And so I decided to be like, how do I do this? How do I go in and eliminate the goblin children as quickly as possible? So I started just putting in all sorts of barrels everywhere, and said, and just set that up here. I think I had Carlac like throw her axe into one of them, like the flaming axe, and then within seconds, the entire like cliffside was nothing but a fucking crater at that point. I was like, yeah, I did it. I murdered goblin children. And then I immediately reloaded to say, because I'm not a complete sociopath.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's what I mean. If you can create a game where your players can have fun, where they can experiment and make alterations and do things that you yourself never considered, then you've created not only an impressive game, but a game that really cares about its player base. And that alone is completely admirable, to say the least. Like, I even know that the modern Doom developers, they know about the speedrunning community. And rather than, like, patching shit out to make it impossible to do speedruns, they've been actively trying to do it, like, or patching it in such a way where it's like, okay, we're going to let you do this, but it's going to be a lot harder to achieve, basically. Just to give them a better sense of challenge. And there's even a moment where, as like a fun joke, I think in one of the skybox, they specifically had some text that says, if you're reading this, congratulations on making it this far. P.S. I freaking hate you. It's absolutely great. And again, Mick Gordon and the rest of them are just kind of like shocked and amazed with what the player base has been able to achieve. Which again, it's like, that's great. The developer knows what you're doing and approves of it. Then again, you've got a good game on your hand and you have a healthy community that's going to stand by you.
Exactly.
You know? And again, it's just something that just annoys me. Like, you've got 343, you've got Bungie, Destiny Division, and, you know, all these groups. And all they do is just destroy their game, make it difficult to do things, not even incentivizing things to enjoy, and just saying, oh, you want to have fun? Fuck you. You're going to have our fun. At every possible turn.
Yeah.
Like, I have not seen anything like, and what I usually what I usually do to like measure how fandom is doing is I look on YouTube for like animations or like general fan stuff creations, and from what I've seen from the Halo side of things, there's nothing for Halo 4, Halo, Halo 5. Like, there's no attempts to make anything for it in terms of like animations or shit like that, or even mods. It's always Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach. It's always animations using those models. It's always just been, hey, we don't like this, and we're just doing it this way instead. Which, again, like I said, shows that there is a community out there. People love these games. People love this stuff. People want to see more of true Halo, basically. But they don't care about Infinite. They don't care about Halo 4, Halo 5. It's a nuisance at the end of the day, in the most literal sense of the word.
I just hate what they did with like all the fucking what they did with Infinite Story. It's just and well, it's more Halo 5's fault to be honest, but still, it's just a shitty fucking. I don't know.
Yeah, it basically Brian said, Brian Reed basically was like, oh, let's do this, let's do that, let's do all this shit, and then immediately made it all just fucking dystopian. And I need to mention this. Brian Reed has had a problem with this for years. If you didn't know, he worked on Marvel Comics a lot, and one of the biggest criticisms from both his people who read his stuff and worked with him is that Brian was always doing over-the-top, almost like end-of-the-world kind of like setups, and it would always fuck over like the fellow creators who would have to work with him because they didn't have this planned. They didn't have any of these kind of like concepts to deal with, and they usually have to pick up the pieces from whatever bullshit he wound up creating for them. And it was a big issue because, again, Brian wouldn't stay on a story. He could never finish one because he's not a guy who's like, and then this happens, and then this happens, and this happens, and this is how it ends. It's always bigger, and I'm bored, I'm uninterested, I'm gonna leave. And he leaves a comic. The comic doesn't, it's then left in the hands of people who have no idea what Brian was even thinking about doing when it came to this. And then they're stuck with like trying to make a satisfying conclusion to something that they themselves had no hand in, nor any interest in trying to turn into this sort of thing. And again, is it any wonder that he, like, what he did would essentially lead to Halo just being in such a worse spot than ever before?
Yeah.
And also, I want to mention this as well. He does this whole thing with the infinite record in Halo Spartan Ops, right? He makes this whole thing such an important deal, and then ends it on a cliffhanger, and is put in charge of Halo 5, right? And you'd think,
it's
the smart thing to do.
Jewel Mandama as well.
Yeah, like big build up to these characters, and it's like, oh, Jewel's so incredibly intelligent and charismatic, yada yada yada, right? And so you'd think, like, with all this stuff, and again, Brian being the guy brought back in and having created all this, having done all that, yada yada yada, you'd think he would use this opportunity to be like, oh, I can finally finish this story. I can do this. I can do that. I can actually make all this work, right? No, he basically does Mass Effect 3 basically, and says, fuck it, here you go. Doesn't do anything with the absolute record, doesn't try to bring that plot line in. No, instead, he completes it in a fucking comic book that is universally panned for being such a nothing burger at every possible turn.
Oh my.
Just again, this is the sign of a weak and pathetic writer. Someone who can't make the plot lines they do work, or abandon it as soon as it's not going their way, or just saying, fuck it, I don't care. Like, the fact alone that he had to look to Mass Effect 3 and say, oh, let's just do that, but we'll create something even worse, says something. Because there's no build up to the Guardians. They're overpowered as all shit. There's no opportunity for anything to improve or get better, basically. He put the universe in a place where it could be ended unceremoniously.
Yeah, pretty much put it into a fucking checkmate. That's what he did with the universe. Checkmate.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you wanted Cortana back? Well, she's back, but she's a villain. Oh, you wanted a bigger threat? Well, here's the Guardians. It fucks everybody up, because fuck you. Oh, you didn't like Jewel, or you like Jewel and Dumb? I'm gonna kill him off of the first fucking mission, because fuck you. Just over and over and over again, just a series of poor decisions, poor planning, just a plot line that didn't make sense. And again, I understand. Halo 5 underwent a massive rewrite sometime during, like, the announcement trailer, and then during, like, the actual development, right? But at some point, you have to go. You have to sit there and go, okay, I need to do something that makes sense for this setting, and not just be a complete and utter retard.
Exactly.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Since Halo's pretty much like on its deathbed at this point, according to like the whole Halo community, do you think there would be an indie game that would be a spiritual successor to Halo?
The closest
Yes,
we have
absolutely.
right now is Murder Miners X, which is more for the multiplayer side.
Same
Hey,
with
Murder Miners. I
same
heard
with
about that
Splitgate.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, did you
mean,
see
like-
did you see the fucking update? They added the fucking people were asking them to add women to the game, so they added the most sexist depiction of a woman, where it's like she's just there to be gooder bait, and she can get angry and fat and roll into people, and you can bounce on her boobs as a trampoline. And she'll cook on the stove for you, and
You'll
make you a
see it.
sandwich. And you can slap her ass while she does it. That's what they were doing, and it pissed people off, but it got them so many wish lists. And it just kept doubling down on it. It was so fucking funny. It's like, that's the
Oh my
type of
goodness,
game
that's
you need.
amazing. That's insane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, play the video on your stream.
Let's have a look.
Immediately
Well,
demonetized.
I'm
Okay, and
working
they go
right
camera
now.
time.
I can't. I have to focus on texturing this shit right now. Just trying to figure out... I'm trying to make my own style for the Banished right here by just matching different metals, seeing what I can do.
Yeah, because why not? But to answer the question, I think that there will be a spiritual successor to Halo, at least in like the sense of how the game felt, what it was like, the story,
Yeah, not
the
just
setting.
multiplayer wise, but also story wise.
Yeah, I really do believe that's going to be a case, because it's as much as like doom and gloom we give, people care about Halo. They care about what it was like. We talk about things from Halo 1 to 3 and Reach all the time. We talk about things like Halo Legends, some of the books, some of the animations, some of the comics that even came out that really expanded on the universe, and people do care about it. I think that we will see at some point an indie game that's like, hey, it's legally distinct Halo. Enjoy, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm not counting Destiny, because that fucking thing is a war crime on everything that is sensible in gaming. Fuck that game, and fuck Destiny Bungie.
Exactly. The fucking... They didn't add the moth people, so they can go eat shit for that.
Along with every other issue, such as the CEO basically lying to Sony and saying like, "Oh, we're worth this much," then use the acquisition money to buy vintage cars and then fire half his workers because fuck you.
Yeah, it's funny how all these fucking game dev CEOs always have fucking big ass car collections they're spending all their time with.
Pete Hines, fucking idiot. Amongst all that, again, it's just obnoxious. Like I said, I'm just glad that for every like quote unquote good thing Bungie does, they got 150 like terrible shit that happens. and they keep losing shit out to the players. In fact, this is the insane thing. As far as I know, with all the expansions Destiny 2 has had, and with all like the years of service and yada yada yada, they have never been able to break their peak player numbers since the launch of the game at all.
That's funny.
Oh, it absolutely is. Meanwhile, Warframe completely trounces them every single year and breaking their player numbers almost consistently with a nearly consistent high player rate. That alone is comical.
Yeah.
You get people out there, they'll say, oh, Warframe, Destiny's better than Warframe. I'm like, how? Please explain.
They won't explain to you because they can't explain it.
Exactly. Because if I've had this like happen to me more than once. I've had instances where I had to argue with someone who's like, "Oh, Destiny 2 is so much better than Warframe, yada yada yada," right? And I've asked them, it's like, okay, how? And then we start the conversation. I'm like, well, here's all the things that Warframe does that Destiny doesn't. Here's this, here's that, yada yada yada. I point out to certain things. And then throughout almost the entire conversation, like, well, that doesn't count, or we shouldn't use that as a metric, or this, and this, until eventually I just had enough and said, okay, so essentially you want me to not point out all the reasons why Destiny sucks in comparison to Warframe, because every time I do, you have no counter to it. How many, exceptions to this do I have to make before you realize that this isn't, this isn't a good game?
Yeah.
And I know people are going to call me a hater and say, oh, he's such a Warframe fanboy. It's like, yes.
You're a fan of something that's good. Is that a problem? They call you a fanboy? Oh, you're a fan of something that's good. That's what? Wow, that's such an insult. You're a fan of something that's good. Meanwhile, they're a fan of literal fucking dog shit, and they fucking defend it crazily.
Exactly. Like, again, they'll go on this whole thing. It's like, but it's Bungie. They made Halo. And it's like, no, half of this group didn't fucking make Halo. Most of the new developers didn't do this. They don't care. That's the biggest problem about this whole fucking thing.
It wasn't the same Bungie that made, Halo, that made Destiny. They all left after Destiny 2. They all left after fucking Destiny 1. They all got fired. Marty got fired. I think Joe Staten got fired because they fucked up his fucking story. Come on. You can't, sit here and say that, that's the same people who brought us Halo, because they don't. These are people walking with the corpse of Bungie and saying, we made this shit, and they didn't. They really didn't.
Yeah, it's like the meme of that person that holds out the Savior sign and said, I made this, and then the other person grabs it, looks at it and goes, I made this. It's the same thing. And frankly, like I said, it's beyond obnoxious to just see this. And again, this is what happens when you have games that are very similar. There's going to be competition. There's going to be people who are like, oh, my sacred cow is better than your sacred cow, and that's fine. It's healthy. But again, it doesn't become healthy when you ignore all the issues and then just keep trying to bash everyone with a fucking sledgehammer because, oh, how dare they disagree.
How dare they have a different opinion? How dare they like actually
Exactly.
good games?
Mm-hmm. Again, I'll give Destiny credit in some areas, and I always have. I've always said it's creative, it's interesting when it comes to its armor designs. It gives us interesting aliens that we don't always usually see, and some of the locations are pretty damn impressive. But that's the end of my list of compliments. Everything else is just, again, a poor man's version of Mass Effect, a poor man's version of Warframe. It's always going to be the same thing, no matter what new paint you do, basically.
Exactly.
Just so fucking tired. So, I'll admit this, Raptor did bring up, when he brought up the whole spiritual successor thing. The only thing I would hope is that it would stay strictly indie and not be some AAA publisher basically being like, well, we're going to do this instead. Honest question to everyone here, in this, both in the stream chat and in the call. Have any of you played or remembered Callisto Protocol at all?
I have not played
I know
it.
that game. It's like a spiritual successor to
Dead Space.
Dead Space, but it was
Yes.
like, terrible.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. So I bring this up for a few reasons. The studio was like a new AAA game that was like made from veterans from the industry, but they, and I shit you not about this, got into a deal with the developers for PUBG, and the entire Callisto Protocol was supposed to, and again, I am not bullshitting you on this one, as a prequel to PUBG. And then when the contract went through and they couldn't do it anymore, that's when they pivoted to be, it's going to be a spiritual successor to Dead Space, because they had to change the gameplay around and make it quote-unquote original, basically. And that game was absolute dog water. The entire thing is QTE the game. Every time you fight an enemy, you push a corresponding button to beat the ever-loving shit out of the enemy. You have guns, but they're literally just, you can shoot it once, and that will interrupt them, and then you just go back to beating them. You actually cannot reliably use your guns to kill enemies at all. It's a mechanic solely for the fucking melee mechanic. The entire game just has you redoing the same animations over and over again. It puts you in Dead Space tentacle QTE moments at every time. Even when you see the enemy or the threat and there's like a path around it, it will force you to encounter it. The story makes no fucking sense. Everything is fucking terrible. And they realized the absolute turd they had. So rather than trying to continue, because they intended to sequel bait this game, your protagonist dies at the end of the DLC they release, which basically just ends the series. They've completely given up on continuing anything with the Callisto Protocol. Jacob fucking died. His last moments are essentially some doctor extracting his memories so that way they can upload it and expose the corruption of the company that did all this, and that's basically it. No further story, no further elaboration. It was, we're a spiritual successor to Dead Space only because our publishing deal with the incredibly successful PUBG went south, and now we're fucked.
Exactly.
The only way something like this ever works if it's purely indie, and that's it. No, we're a AAA studio, we're this, we're that, yada yada yada. It will always be doomed to fail, because these are the people who at the end of the day are giving us bullshit games frequently. They are constantly giving us crap. And again, the reason why the indie scene is getting so popular is because people are done with this and actually want to see something cool and interesting, rather than something generic, repetitive, and things of that nature. It's especially the case with fucking what's it called? That GTA spiritual successor that came out.
Mind's Eye.
Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
Yes, Mind's Eye. I bothered playing that game, by the way. I was dying from laughter because it was so broken. The animations broke. I actually had a glitch where the characters lost their heads for a whole cutscene, and I was just staring at eyes looking back at me with like floating teeth. I was like, oh god, why?
It's so fun.
On top of that as well, I also discovered that if you shoot the robots' dicks, their bodies will randomly grow and expand. Why?
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know. Someone programmed that in and said, yes, do this. That's my best assumption. It's some sort of fetish we haven't recently discovered.
Probably.
It could be just a glitch, honestly. It's like, what did you
Maybe.
say grew and expanded with the robots?
So it would be like, so you would shoot the dick area, and then their shoulder would expand out and like stretch. The arm would do the same thing. The head would grow and then shrink. Like the body would just randomly expand in weird places and then like snap back to normal.
Honestly, I'm having a hard time imagining how that could ever be a fetish at all. It's like usually like a lot of weird fetishes that people have, they usually come from somewhere, like a movie they watch, or like a cartoon or whatever. Like a lot of the stuff you see in DeviantArt is from cartoons that like people watch when they were kids, and like the inflation stuff like that becomes a fetish. I have no idea why someone would be so specifically into like a robot just like just randomly growing, expanding after getting shot in the dick. Like, I don't get it. I do not get it at all.
I can't explain it because this seems too random to be a persistent bug. Because I tried it with other enemies. I tried it with like some of the human enemies. So for a lot of my playthrough, I was just shooting people in the dick. But yes, I became the serial dick shooter. But
Oh my.
a lot of the time, they would not respond this way. They would not like expand or grow or anything like that. It was only ever the robots who would do this, and it was always the humanoid ones. So not like the rip-off Ed 209s or anything like that. It was always just the human robots. And I don't know what was causing it. I don't understand what was happening in terms of this. It would just always be this. So I don't believe for a second that this was a glitch. Because a glitch like this would be persistent with like other models, regardless of what they're classified under. This was just the robots, and it continued. And I was lost beyond words, and I had no idea what was happening beyond. I just said, fuck it, I don't care at this point. Let's see how far I can go. At some point, I just reached the point of the game where I just stopped caring. I couldn't continue. The characters were bland. The story was like the most generic fucking shit you could possibly get, where it's essentially, how do I put it? So the whole plot is, it's cyberpunk, and your protagonist is essentially like an AI living inside the body of a person, but he's also the person because reasons. And he uncovered, and I kid you not, ancient fucking alien AI technology from the creators, TM. And the entire plot is essentially you trying to stop their return, but they manage to come back via like the network. So they make the robots try to kill people because reasons. That's it.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Boring. That's so fucking
Lame.
So that sounds like it's...
Yeah.
They're ripping off Mass Effect.
Again, and Cyberpunk, specifically.
Because that's like... That's the exact same fucking plot of bringing back the return of... Yeah, just like the return of the Forerunners. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no... The whole thing, I just, like I said, I stopped caring. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. And I usually try games, and I'm like, oh, it can't be that bad. I give it the college try. I like to look on the lighter side of things and not be that jaded asshole all the time. And yet, even then, I could not, in any sense of the word, bring myself to care, bring myself to continue, go on with this entire process. None of it. I just said, fuck it, we're done, bad game, get this shit off my hard drive. I never want to see it again. That's it. I couldn't. Ironically, all I can think about, like, the only thing worth saving from this, and I'm being generous, by the way, is the fucking models and assets, and that's it. Only for the sake of stealing for better reasons.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Fascinating.
That's it. This game's only saving grace is we have cool models. Please steal from us.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, from what I've seen of the game, from videos and clips and stuff, like the art style and the designs of the cars and robots and stuff really does not look that impressive or interesting to me. I mean, if you think it's cool, I mean that's all right, but it just looks very generic to me, in all honesty.
It is. It's a GTA clone trying to be Cyberpunk 2077 and trying to be as inclusive as possible with all the different design people. And it doesn't create an interesting setting, it doesn't create an interesting world. It creates this sort of like... I'm trying to think of the right word to put it. It creates something that's forgettable, that's so bland, it loses a lot of its luster, if that makes any sense. Like,
I see.
you know, it's like, how do I put it? It's like having the most impressive, detailed kind of like paint you could possibly have, and then using that paint to just create a fucking stick figure. It looks nice, it's interesting, it's, you know, it has that quality to it, but it's just a stick figure. It's just something you've seen before, and there's nothing even remotely interesting about it. And again, that's me being nice about this. I can't bring myself to get... Oh, by the way, I should also mention this. Killing NPCs left, right, and sideways is... How do I put it? You know how in GTA, like when you kill an NPC, there's like some reaction to it and people freak out, they panic, they run away, shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume no reaction in Mind's Eye. I've seen plenty of videos showcasing that, like, difference between GT4 and Mind's Eye, how Mind's Eye is basically just completely empty and has no brain.
Yeah, they're dead, basically. Like, I know that in GTA, if you go out of your way and you're like a psychopath and start like driving your fucking car into like the sidewalk, whoever you're driving with will have like a comment, like they'll say like, Jesus, why you learn how to drive? Like, you know, shit like that, basically. And then, you know, it's like, it's obvious, you know, it's obviously supposed to be like giving you a reason to be like, oh shit, I probably should stop this. But in Mind's Eye, there's none of that. They just don't care about the casualties you're causing or doing. They don't care about you just doing these awful things, you know, whatever. And even a lot of the times, the NPCs are so brain dead, they'll actually accidentally run into people on the sidewalk, even when like, we have to be careful, not risk any lives. Immediately plows through like a small crowd on the sidewalk and just keeps going.
Oh dear.
Yeah, again, it's I keep saying this, so I'm going to keep saying it. It's a GTA clone that is all flash, no substance. It's all beautiful looking, but nothing of importance happens. It feels out of place with everything in its own universe. And again, your suspension of disbelief breaks incredibly quickly when they introduce this whole ancient AI bullshit.
Didn't they
Sounds
try
like
to
a whole
stuff a
bunch of silly
political
Billy.
message into it too?
At some point, I think, and I don't care. Like, I didn't care about the story at any point. Like, I did a little bit of it. I saw the intro, and then I was like, and we're tapping out. We're tapping out so hard. Like, when the NPCs started floating in the air as they're walking, that's when I stopped caring. It's like, okay, why they didn't put any effort in this? Why the fuck should I do that?
Exactly.
It's just so fucking... Like, again, it's appalling to say the least. And the game is also incredibly easy. Because, as it turns out, for the sake of realism, if you shoot someone in the head, they will instantly die. Meaning that every encounter you can have, basically you can just one-shot the enemy and just call it a day.
Yeah.
It's so fucking bad. Again, I'm just sitting here beside myself, remembering the times when a game like this would be shredded by everyone on the internet, and actual credible game reviewers would be like, "Don't play this piece of shit."
But they buy out the game reviewers. That's the problem.
Yes. Exactly. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of a particular game. Maybe I'm telling more on myself than anything. But this one was specifically called Mind Jack.
Mind Jack. Let me check that out. I think I might have heard about that. Wasn't that like a PS3 or third-person shooter where you could like possess people's minds and use them to fight, basically?
Didn't the boss robot shoot the
Are you
floor?
talking about Mind Jack?
Yes. Holy shit. More people know about this game than me.
I only know of it because of the Angry Joe review.
Same here.
Yeah, it was
the
the
worst game ever.
I
Yes,
think
it literally
I
He was
remember.
like portrayed himself as some sort of paraplegic person.
Yes, he said, it's so bad it broke
With the
my brain.
friggin' Microsoft Sam voice.
Yes, he was just pretending like he was meant, like, he had become like a cripple and everything. It's like, oh god, it is that bad. And yes, that game in particular reminds me of Mind's Eye. The fact that they both start with Mind should have been the first clue. And that's saying something. But no, it's essentially, again, it's more of a spiritual successor to that Abomination than anything else. And I'm being generous there. And yes, to answer your question, Jordan, yes, this is the game where one of the bosses could not kill you because it would literally shoot at its own feet and kill itself.
God damn.
Just fucking insanity. And they never fucking did anything with that, because this was one of those games that was like, it was early enough in the video game cycles where you could do like game patches, but they require like actual work and effort. As far as I understand it, there was something along the line of, oh, we're gonna fix that. Never did. So the boss will always kill itself because it'd rather die than live in this fucking game world.
Jesus.
That's so fucking depressing. It's like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna die now.
Please end my pain. I'm stuck in a shitty video game.
What is my purpose? To be a shitty boss in this game? Oh my god. Just so fucking insane. Again, I miss those days. I really do. When we can just look at a game and say, yeah, no, fuck this shit. And then the developers would be taught a lesson of do better. But now everyone's like, oh no, we have to be sympathetic to the developers. Developers are the real victims. And it's like half of the time they're the ones who put this shit in.
Yeah.
It's the fantasy of the, oh, helpless, what is it? The helpless fucking game developer. I'm so fucking sick of that shit. Yeah, maybe I'm the asshole, but frankly, I'm tired and I'm done with this. I work fucking 9 hours every day. At some point, I just want to say, fuck it, I want to relax and kill shit, not listen to your goddamn life story about how unfair game players are. Fuck you.
Yep.
Ugh. I'm full of piss and vinegar right now.
Ugh. It's taking way too long right now.
Well, as far sorry, I was going to say something. I think I just had a stroke right now. Hold on, bear with me. Bear with me. Just start hearing the dial-up noises and everything. It's like, okay, and we've lost signal. Oh no, what I was going to say is, most of the best things in life, always require a little bit of effort and time. Nothing good is ever like rushed out the gate.
Yeah, you're right. It's just.
But what about Halo? That was rushed. It's like, yeah, and they had the actual talent to make that work.
Just trying my best to figure out how to replicate the Banished well here. Just it looks simple. It's just a bunch of metals I have to be making work, but main issue is just the fact that not good at this. I wish there was an easier way to do this, and there probably is, and I can't figure out how. So
working with Blender, there's probably an easier way of doing this. That's like 90% of everything you do in terms of Blender work. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so there has to be an easier way to fucking texture this shit. So I'm not here for hours on one building when I could be working on the other interiors. I could be done this by now and, adding in the AI, making the segment where you blow up the base with the Sparrowhawk or Apache. I haven't decided on which to use yet.
Fair enough. Well, again, this is one of the big reasons why when you have games that have like big maps and like a lot of buildings and stuff, they always like just do the exterior, because trying to texture everything inside does take a while. Every little detail, like here's the block, like here's the wall, here's this other wall, here's a crack in the floor,
But
yada yada yada. It does take time.
you do remember in Combat Evolved when you went into the Covenant carrier, right?
Right.
That's what I want, to happen. I want people to be able to see this faction for what it is, I don't want them to just...
Yeah.
Because if I give them actual interiors, like Combat Evolved had for the Covenant, I'll make them feel more unique. And with the Covenant, I can just reuse shit from previous games, edit it so it fits the Storm Covenant. I'm golden for that.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that completely. I'm just giving this as a generalization. Like, there's a reason a lot of games don't always texture the interiors of certain things, simply for the sake of saving resources. But again, in terms of this, if you want to go with that, it is going to take some time, but it's usually worth it, I would say, because it's always nice to see how these sort of structures work. Like you see these ships, you see these like factions, their vehicles, and you always think to yourself, how does this look from the inside? How does this work? How do they operate the vehicle? Things like that. I think the best example of this would be Mass Effect 3, and when you actually get inside the Geth Dreadnought, and you see how the Geth have the interior built, how compared to the Normandy, it's so cold, there's no like attempts to make it inviting, it's all just mechanical. You see the wires everywhere, you see like these oppressive hallways.
Geth do not require the windows. They're structural weakness.
Yeah, structural weakness. Exactly, and it's like you see that everywhere. It's like, ooh, yeah, this. You couldn't live on a Geth ship and not be crazy. You wouldn't be able to tell what time it is by the sun. You wouldn't be able to tell where you are. You would just be constantly inside this little cramped space, just wondering like what's going on. And we even got to see like the interior of some of their vehicles in some of the cutscenes, with Legion piloting their fighter and seeing like there's a compartment for the pilot and a cargo compartment towards the back. And it's these small things that really do give you that sense of like, wow, there's more to this faction than just the robots were blowing up everywhere. And things of that nature. Meanwhile, you have other games where it's like, oh, here's our enemy faction, here's this, here's that, and they just do the bare minimum of like, here's the vehicle, but you're never going to see it from the inside. Here's this, but you're never going to really get an idea how it works. It just works,
Remember last time we were playing fucking Infinite, they couldn't even be bothered to put the fucking cockpit in the fucking Pelican.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Just made
if anyone
reflection.
if anyone here has looked at the Pelican in Halo Infinite, there is no interior to it. The cockpit itself has the glass, and the glass reflects the cockpit, but at a lower quality. So it gives it the illusion that it's opaque, basically. But in reality, it's just a reflection of a texture. And they expect players not to look too deeply into it. But what they didn't count on is, I'm autistic and I care about this shit. But yeah, it was poorly done, and I know someone's gonna be like, "Oh, but what about that cutscene where Echo, whatever his face is, gets attacked by Jaga? That has an interior cockpit, and it does, but that is a model specific to the cutscene. That's not a model that's actually in the gameplay proper."
Exactly.
You know, like I'm pretty sure that after that cutscene, that pelican vanishes completely. Like you actually don't see it in the world. You can't really follow it. The weapon just says, "Oh, they're taking him to blah 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 blah," and you have to kind of go after him basically on foot from that point. Like I said, it's really bad. And I know people are going to be like, "Oh, but what about Halo Combat Evolved? You couldn't see the cockpit inside of a
You could see the
inside of
cockpit,
the
though.
no, like the spirit. There's no interior to that. And to that I say, fuck you. There is. It opens up from the sides.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like checkmate, atheists. But yeah, there was an extreme amount of detail in the earlier Halo games. They went through the effort of making it feel like a universe. There were things that that Bungie added to those games that actually made it feel more than just a game. The Pelicans had detailed interiors. You had Cairo Station, for crying out loud, this massive lived-in space. Fighting through it all, witnessing like these slow moments where you see the other stations just blow up and get that sense of like, oh shit, something could happen to us, basically. And that dawning realization is like, oh yeah, they had boarded a bomb onto our station, leading up to one of the best cutscenes I think in the entire franchise of just Chief rushing out there, stopping the bomb with like literal seconds on the timer, and then just going out into space. Flying with a bomb, essentially, going into low orbit, chucking that shit into a Covenant carrier, and then saying, okay, peace out, jumping off of it and flying back out through the hole. Is nothing short of fucking impressive.
Do you know the reason why they made that cutscene?
Why?
Because they had to cut the Covenant ship level from Combat Evolved. I mean, from Halo 2. You were supposed to actually go to the Covenant ship and blow it up. But because they couldn't do that, they had to cut the mission. They were like, alright, let's just replace it with a badass cutscene. It's in the Halo 2 developer commentary.
But it's still impressive, let's be frank. Like, that's something I appreciate about old Bungie. It's like, okay, we can't do this how we wanted it, but we still want to do something that impresses people. Put this cutscene in. And it works. It really does. It shows like the ingenuity of Chief, the sheer power of a Covenant bomb, and just how well timed this whole thing had to be. Like the famous line of Cortana's being like, "What if you miss?" And his only response is, "I won't." Like that speaks volumes of the man's confidence, and the fact that he executes this well. But the only quippy line from fucking Johnson literally just being, "For a brick, he flew pretty good." Like that's the perfect way to just end cap that entire scene, just completely. And then you get down to the surface, you see the fighting ongoing in New Mombasa. You watch like the city in constant siege at every possible turn. The Scarab basically marching around unimposed because of its sheer size. The fact that the fighting is desperate. You are going from street to street, engaging the enemy, taking them out in alleyways, going from city block to city block, slowly, methodically retaking this territory and kind of like feeling like you've achieved a great victory, even in every little step you've done leading up to it. Again, all end capping with the destruction of the Scarab and the retreat of regret. Like, you didn't win the war, but you sure as hell made them run away.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just honestly impressive. Again, I could sing the praises of Halo 2 all day till the sun comes up, or even Halo 3, for all the issues Halo 3 had, the cut concepts, vehicles, story beats, all that stuff. I can still appreciate what we got, and it's a great end cap to the Halo series as a whole. You know, it's like Chief goes into stasis. Literally, it's just a case of the war's over. The conflict's ended, and old soldiers always are no longer needed, so they just go away for a while. You know, this is the best place to really stop it all. And then 4 happened, and it's like, fuck you and everything you stood for.
Yep.
So fucking tired.
It did happen, alright.
But like I said, that's what I mean. It's these small details, it's these small dedications, and that's the thing I want to mention as well. It's this specific era of gaming, I feel, where we got some of the most impressive. Like maybe they weren't always going to be the most financially successful games out there. Maybe they weren't always going to be that, but they were always creative. They always took risks, and they always went out of their way to try and make the experience worth it. Like they knew the player would have to, like if you want the player to engage with it, you have to do something impressive. And we saw that with like that era of gaming. Like not just on the Xbox side, we also saw it on the PS3 side of things. We saw these games that were coming out. They took risks. They did all these things. Killzone, for example, went out of its way to try and be not a Call of Duty per se, but try to challenge Call of Duty, try to go through like the motions and actually do something that was interesting. It was literally trying to tell a war story, or sorry, an anti-war story, and just kind of being critical of all sorts of the things of that nature. It gave you some of the more interesting gameplay out there. It gave you mech segments. It gave you a small fighter section, especially in the third game. It did all this kind of like crazy shit out there, basically. And unfortunately, we don't see that anymore. We don't see games that try to impress you anymore. It's just cookie cutter. How close can we do to the most successful contemporaries? How can we avoid cost-cutting measures? Can we cut this? Can we cut that? Do we need this scene here? Yada, yada, yada. It's like most successful games out there aren't their competition, aren't trying to be the same generic bullshit. Not every game needs to be Call of Duty. And again, the most successful games, I'd say, would be the ones that break that mold and say, fuck it, here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? And again, maybe I'm just old. Maybe it's beyond my time. Maybe this is what the future is, and maybe I'm just screaming at the sky. But god damn it, I'm not gonna sit here and take it.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. That's all I can really say on that. I don't think I have anything else to say. I feel like I've been ranting for a while, so I'm sorry if I'm just kind of chewing everybody's ears off right now.
No, I enjoyed hearing what you have to say.
Oh, thank you.
And that's why I wanted you to come here, because I know these two, Sparky and Ratturd, probably, sometimes we have trouble covering up a conversation, so you're really good at that, so I was like, make the stream more like a fucking mundane stream where I'm busy trying to fuck with Blender, trying to figure this shit all out while I'm like... Honestly, I spent the last hour working on this, and I'm still not fucking, like... I don't know what to do. It looks like shit. I'm trying my best to make it look good, but no matter what I try, it's just like I don't have any tools to make this look good. I don't know how to make this look good, and anyone who could teach me probably won't help me, so... I just have to wing it here.
I might know some folks, so maybe I could reach out to them and say, like, hey, could you give them a hand? And we'll see where that goes from there.
Well, thank you.
No problem. But yeah, no, fair enough. I guess I'll just ask a few other questions, because I feel like maybe I'm not the only old man here. So for the gentlemen involved in this call, for all two of you, I suppose, in terms of these older games, is there any kind of like particular game that stuck out to you and being like, this is okay? It's not setting the world on fire, but hey, I enjoy it.
I'm not so sure. It's just, generally, I was kind of looking at I kind of zoned out for a sec. So what were you asking? Were you just asking if there were like, any games we played? I played that. I just thought were kind of okay, but not really impressive.
Like, so basically, like an old particular game, like something you remember playing, like on the PS3 or like early days like that, and basically like being impressed for what it was, but knowing like in your heart it was never going to. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I know. It was like there's like there's a few James Bond games, like James Bond FPS games on the PS3. I think that the ones I remember, it was like GoldenEye Reloaded and 007 Legends. I played both of those games. Like especially that time, I was like it was like around 2016, 2017. I was like 13 or 14. Like that was the time I was just first getting started to FPS games. Like one of the first. I played stuff like Medal of Honor Allied Assault on my dad's laptop, and there was a Nightfire on the PS2. I played Nightfire on the PS2. Me and my sister loved playing that game, especially multiplayer. And that definitely got me into James Bond stuff. That got me interested in James Bond games. So naturally, I decided to, I also got interested in playing some of the James Bond games that were on the PS3 as well. And so I played GoldenEye Legends and 007. What was it called? 007 Legends. Yeah, I played both those games, and it's like the funny thing is, I hear a lot of people, when people talk about 007 Legends, everyone goes on about how it's the worst Bond game. Oh my god, it's so terrible. But I do not remember it being that bad at all. I seriously do not remember the game being that bad at all. I don't know what people are saying when they say it's a bit bad, but maybe if I play the game again, I probably might get a better idea. Looking at it from like an older perspective, I guess. Because like at that time, I was still really new to FPS games, so maybe I was just a bit naive in that regard.
That makes perfect sense, and there are many games like that where you absolutely adore it. You remember like fondly, and some of the memories do kind of cloud the obvious facts of like this wasn't particularly. Oh, I think we lost.
That was
someone.
Rat Turd.
Oh, Rat Turd left.
He's probably going to sleep
fine.
now. Sorry about that. He's probably very tired.
No, that's fine. It's like again when working stiffs like he and I. There's only so much you can be like before it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to sleep. I can't live anymore right now. But no, that's certainly the case. It's like there are games out there where you remember it more for the memories it associates with, the things that you enjoyed for, and then gradually, slowly, you start to realize that it's like maybe it's not the best game out there. Maybe it's not. Maybe there was a reason why it wasn't so popular, but that doesn't make it any less interesting or enjoyable for what it is. I think it's just our tastes refine over time, and we get exposed to more games that have like the same concept but are like refined or redone, or there's something that makes it better than what you initially had at the time. And I think that's where a lot of this really does come from, is that we are exposed to so much more. Like, it's no longer we're getting scraps because we're children and we have to depend on our parents' bank accounts. We're fed well, we get a multitude of different games, we get to expand our palettes and then go like, oh, this is interesting, this is good, or hey, this is bad. And, I want people to know that, and, so on and so forth. And again, like I said, that's what it is. Now, frankly, the only James Bond game I think I've ever played, and I can't remember because, again, a little bit of a history of myself. My brother and I lived in separate homes for obvious reasons. Again, divorcee parents, yada, yada, yada. But my brother was always the sort of gamer kid, the more like, he would play whatever the hell he would want to play. Where my gaming was mostly controlled by my mother, who wanted me to be a very good Christian boy, basically, and completely failed because my father said, "You're ruining the boy. Here, play Resident Evil." And then I never looked back after that one. The edutainment games went on the permanent shelf, and then I just started playing things that I actually thought were fun. My brother would oftentimes get much more kind of like out there games, and like always have the ability to play these like interesting little games here and there. And I remember it was one of the 007 games. I remember this one specifically because the intro mission lets you like enter a building however you wanted. And you could like grapple onto the roof, grapple onto like this vent, and then work your way in, or you could like pull out this phone and then hack the door and then get in from that way, and then the rest of the level kind of just played out more like a traditional first-person shooter. The other one,
Interesting.
Yeah, and I remember being blown away by that because I was like, holy shit, I can go any like these two ways, and I would always like mix it up if I ever played that mission again, or try to find ways to like do it differently. It's like, oh, what if I did this instead? Of course, the game obviously didn't have like other ways I could get in, but my stupid child brain was like, oh, this is so cool. But the other 007 game I think this car racer one specifically. And I remember playing this one a lot because I was never a car person. My brother was, because he was raised by mechanics, and I was raised differently. More of a tech family, if anything. He was on the tech family side. I was more on the literary side of things. And so naturally, this game appealed to him because it was all about driving a car and going around doing things like that. I didn't care. I didn't care about chasing targets in this like souped up spy car or anything like that. I would just literally stand in one spot or just drive around and just start shooting everything, just blowing up walls and cars and buildings. And what annoyed me was that at some point, I think Q would just stop the mission completely and just scold you for doing all this and say, oh my god, 007, what a senseless amount of violence, and then you would have to start over again. But I didn't care because that gave me a chance to recreate some of the over-the-top shit I was doing. So I was like, yay, I get to keep doing it this way. But again, that was just me. But yeah, no, I get where that comes from. And another big thing as well is, we get to see a lot of these odder games out there. I know for a fact my brother also tended to get a lot of horror games and things like that. And again, my grandparents and my father were fine with that, but they always told us, like, whatever you see, let it be known this was on you, son. And so he got games like Resident Evil and Shadow Man 2 specifically.
Oh, Shadow Man! I played the first game. I love Shadow Man, the first game. I love that game. The game is awesome.
It's an interesting one. It's not my particular cup of tea because I think I don't like the visuals of that game particularly. Like I'm not a squeamish person. I like horror. I like disturbing visuals, things of that nature. It's always been my cup of tea. But here, I think it was too
Grimy.
much. No, they're just, how do I put it? It feels off to me because there's such a it's a combination of like how low poly the game is, and the obvious like disturbing visuals and things of that nature, and it all kind of blends together to make something that's a lot worse looking than what I think the developers initially intend. Obviously,
honestly, I love the art style. I actually really dig it.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. Again, this is just me specifically, and I didn't like Shadow Man 1. I thought it was too much. I didn't like some of the interesting designs. Obviously, I thought Jaunty was interesting. A fucking Irish snake with a
he's
human
cool.
skull. Yeah, it's funny. Like. Yeah, I liked it the whole bit. Like when he describes the tower, it's like that dark tower over there. Yeah, I just popped up out of nowhere. That sort of like he knows the world is ending, but he doesn't give a shit because he's just too happy, basically. And so I found it kind of like interesting things of that nature. My brother, however, got Shadow Man 2 specifically, or what was it? Shadow Man 2 Hecking Common. I think that's what it was. Like everyone joked because it was during that time period where video games just had to have a random number in the title somewhere and just annoy people. But I remember playing this one with my brother and being interested by it, like the idea of like voodoo meeting with Christian stuff. It was interesting, but it really became something too weird to me. Again, I think it was the art style and the design of everything. It was that perfect blend of low quality and isolation and sort of like disturbing visuals that made it all stand out, and again make that perfect blend of like, yeah, no, I don't like this. I don't want to play this anymore. I stopped early on in the second game. I think after I met the guy in the wheelchair, and that was it. I just couldn't bring myself to keep playing the game because I wanted to focus on other things at the time, and I never touched the game again. I played it, I think, one last time, and that was it. I know for a fact that Shadow Man is getting a new game finally after all these years. And
They
interesting,
actually are getting a new game?
yeah. There's a so basically, if you didn't know, Shadow Man, what's it called? I'm trying to think of the what's the word? Oh God, bear with me. It's a third game, but it's not going to be connected.
Reboot, basically?
No, reboot, yes, but here's the weird thing. This is going to focus on the original version of Shadow Man, not the version that everybody knows from the games.
Oh, so it's like the version before the Garth Ennis version. I know he's based off a comic book character. I know there's like Vertigo comics. I know the Garth Ennis version, like that's one of the games. But I know there's like a character before that. I read about that.
Yeah, basically so it'll be the original version of Shadow Man as he was in the comic, and basically the idea is that he is it's Dark Legacy, and it's spelled DARQUE, so Dark Legacy. But basically, the idea is that it is again going to be focusing on that original version, I'm trying to think of the right word here. The jazz player, basically. Then that's the character that they're going to be focusing on and things of that nature. Specifically, this will be the Valiant Comics iteration, so slightly after the original was created, but more in line with what they did with him moving forward, basically, if that makes any sense. So it's a mixture of both. And from what I can tell, like I said, it's interesting. I did hear that people were excited about it, they were interested, and they're glad that we're not going to be focusing on the previous protagonist from the last two games, because, let's be frank, outside of his voice, there was nothing particularly interesting about him. He was just a bald guy who became an undead guy by night.
You're referring to the Garth Ennis character? Are you? I'll admit, I was looking at something else first. I was just looking at the new game. I was just looking at that for a second, but
yeah, you're good.
Could you repeat what you said?
So, like I said, there's a lot of people who are interested in seeing the Valiant comic version getting a chance at the games, and moving away from the version of the character that we got in the games themselves. Which, like I said, there was nothing particularly interesting about him. He was just a bald guy who becomes an undead guy by night, essentially. There's nothing particular.
I'd like to disagree with that. I know you said that you only you never really got that far in the first game. Regarding the first game, I haven't finished it, but I did get pretty far into it. Last time I played, I think pretty far into the game. And the thing is with Mike as a character, his real name is, I think, Michael
Labar.
Yeah, Mike Leroy. I forgot how you pronounce his last name. It's like a French name.
It's Cajun, so there's a slight je ne sais quoi to it. Leroy. Basically, yeah. So when it comes to a little language 101 here, the Cajun French is slightly different from the traditional French. So there's a slightly more, for lack of a better term, hick accent to it. So rather than saying something like, for example, parlez-vous français, for example, with a slight refinement to it.
Cajun as in Gambit Cajun?
Yes, basically. There's a little bit more of a, how do you put it? The accent is thicker, and there's a bit more of a, almost romantic term to it. So it's saying things like les vous, like there's, how do I put it? Like, it's difficult to put into words. it's like I said, the best way I can put it is it's hick. So there's a slight slurring of certain words and a slightly more gravitas to it. So it will always sound different, basically. So saying things like "Je suis en famille," for example, which roughly translates to "she's pregnant," has that slightly like lower phonetic sound to it, where it would be if you were to say it as the traditional French would be like "en famille" with a slightly higher tone to the end of it. That's where the difference comes in. So in terms of Mike, his last name would have a slightly more Cajun tone to it, basically, a slightly different inflection to how you say it. And this has been Rev's little language lesson for today.
Interesting, but continue what I was saying about Mikey. Mike, the Garth Ennis version of the Garth Ennis character, him, I actually do think is a very interesting character. It's like you don't really. The thing is, it's like the game. I don't think. I do remember it did have some exposition and stuff. Yeah, but I really like how his whole. He very much does have. How should I describe it? Sometimes I have a hard time kind of getting my words together here.
Didn't he kill his brother, or like get his brother?
No, he didn't kill his brother, but he's basically
responsible.
His brother did die, but like basically what happened is that he was just like a guy who was like I think like a taxi driver or something, and like he one day, like his backstory, like one day he accidentally like there was like this guy who left behind like a briefcase full of money or something like that. Like he collected like a briefcase full of money, I think, after a drive-by or something like that. He survived a drive-by and collected like a briefcase full of money, and he used that to basically help out his family, paying for his brother's surgery, helping his family get out of poverty and stuff like that.
Right.
But of course, because like he got a briefcase full of money that was like owned by a bunch of mob guys, they tracked him down and basically did a drive-by on his family, and he killed his parents and his brother, and he was the only one who survived.
Right.
Yeah, so there's that, and then later on, I think I'll admit it gets kind of convoluted. I actually did read like part of like the original the original 90s comic, like the Garth Ennis comic that the comics are based off of. And the thing is, the manual also like describes his backstory. The game's manual describes his backstory detail. Oh, we're talking about Shadow Man.
Yeah, that's the character's name.
Yeah,
Again.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, what I was saying, it's like, like just a bunch of stuff that happens. Is basically, he becomes like a voodoo zombie slave essentially for a short while. He becomes a hitman, like a voodoo possessed hitman. After that, then this lady, I think her name was Nettie. She's like the voodoo priestess lady. She finds him, and she plunges the Shadow Man mask into his chest. Like the previous owner.
It's basically spiritually sewn to his rib cage.
Yeah, exactly. She does that, and because of that, he becomes a new Shadow Man, and he has to deal with basically being undead now.
Yeah, basically.
But the thing is, the opening scene in the game, I feel, really sums up his character in a way. I think does a pretty good job summing up his character.
Right.
It's like he's on the boat, like just going through the swamp, heading over to Nettie's place, and he's not doing his monologue, his little personal monologue, talking about how he basically doesn't. He feels like he doesn't really belong in either world, either like the living world or the dead world. He's like, kind of has like a damned if I do, damned if I don't kind of way, kind of attitude, basically.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. What I mean about like the character isn't that interesting is more of a case of like. How do I put this? Like, I'm not saying this in a dismissive tone. It's more of a case of, like, compared to the other versions of the character that's existed before Michael, it's night and day.
Shadow Man's not made by Garth Ennis.
I'm talking about, like, there was, like, there was multiple versions of the character. Like, it's like there was, I think the first version of the character came out in, like, the early 90s. But then that character kind of died. He died, and his replacement is the Garth Ennis version. Garth Ennis took over, like he made like the second version of the character. And I think in like the later 90s, like the early 90s, There's the early 90s Shadow Man. He had his run and he died. And then in the later 90s, I think 1997, yeah, that's when Garth Ennis came in and he wrote the new version of Shadow Man. Like the replacement, essentially, for the old Shadow Man. And then I think there's like the one that's going to be in the Dark Legacy looks like, I think, the more recent version of the character.
Valiant.
Let me just...
Yeah, so he's the Valiant Comics version. And again, like I said, I'm not dismissing Michael as like a boring character or anything like that. It's just more of a case of, in terms of what's come before and what's coming after, he's not particularly... he's not that particularly striking per se. He's very to the point. He's very like grounded. We know his motivations. We know his reasons for doing the things he does. It's very kind of like to the point, and I think that's fine for his character, but it's more of a case of...
So let me get this straight. So what you're interested in, what you want, is like a Shadow Man who's like more enigmatic and otherworldly feeling, someone who feels like he's essentially beyond being a regular human, essentially, like a more overtly kind of supernatural or exotic feeling character. Not
quite. It's more of a case of like, I think the problem with Michael is that, again, he's already established. He's kind of like, he's had his arc of, this is what I've done and this was what I'm trying to get with. And I feel like with Michael, he's already kind of achieved that this is who I am moment, where the more recent and older versions kind of like have to find their place, balance their lives, trying to get like, have a sense of normalcy, but also trying to keep everything going. And again, like I said, when it comes to Michael, it's just a case of like, he's already reached that point. He's already basically the Lord of Deadside. He's born on Semi without it like happening already, if that makes any sense.
Ah, I see. Okay, I get what you mean now. I get it. No problem.
Thank you. But that's just my take on it, and I think going with the Image Comics version, trying to be like, hey, here's the same character, but we're just reintroducing, or like a different character that inherits the mantle and things like that. That's fine. I'm not too banged up about it. I think this is a good idea because it gives people who know the IP a chance to like follow a new character, and those who don't know the IP a chance to basically be like, hey, we're going to get to experience this from a new character's point of view. And with how technology is nowadays, I don't doubt this is going to be a particularly interesting romp through Deadside and everything of that nature. Again, because whenever big properties like this or like big projects like this get announced, I think rightfully so, have to temper expectations because it can just wind up being absolute dog shit. Because at some point, someone is going to be like, but what if this instead? But what if for puppies?
I see.
Yeah. But again, that's just me. I've always been more curious to see how they would take something like this, and again, what direction they would ultimately bring a character into the forefront and things of that nature. But again, that's just my take on it. I'm not going to be too like heartbroken if it's something different or if it's something similar or if it's something unique or whatever. It is what it is, and I'm not going to hold it against the developers. I'm not going to be like, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that, blah blah blah. Because again, I'm not a fan of Shadow Man, and I'm not saying that as a dismissive. It's like it was a game series I was aware of. It was something I knew, but it was something I never got into. It never clicked with me, and I just kind of left it as is, And I think that's fine for a game like it's. Let's be frank here. It's a very niche game to begin with, so it's not going to be like, it's the end of the world, And in a world of like heroes like Superman and everything like that, Shadow Man is always going to be like, ironically, in the shadows. So why not? Or even with other characters out there. Ironically, I remember hearing like a lot of bitching from some people, basically just angry that Shadow Man was just a Spawn ripoff, and I just don't see it.
He's not a Spawn ripoff. I don't see him as a Spawn ripoff at all. I think he's definitely more his own thing.
I think this comes from people basically seeing like the original versions and the later versions that came around, and this sort of like once human, now otherworldly entity, very powerful, but has to balance that power with everything else as
I see.
interchangeable, basically. Yeah, and it's absolutely not the case because again, with Spawn, it's a completely different story. It's a different character. Former soldier gets sent to hell, comes back basically just because he wants to see his wife. And true to Hell's nature, it's like, oh yeah, well we'll send you back, and it's like, oh, it's been several years. Nah, fuck you. And you've put yourself in a horrible situation because now you got to lead Hell's army. Typical Satan shit, basically. But I think what's interesting about Spawn and everything about it is that it plays with these concepts that we're familiar with. Things like, Hell fucking you over on the deal and things like that. And then twisting it on its head and changing it from, oh, this is what you expected, yada, 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 and things of that nature. I've told Jordan this one before about the animated Spawn series and how...
I watched that one, yeah. I like that show. That's just pretty cool. I also read, I think, the first couple issues, of the actual comic. I actually did read the first couple issues, and I think it's alright. It probably gets better later on. I'm pretty sure it probably gets better, though. I just thought it was kind of amusing how... In the comic, it's like it opens up with like a news reporter guy talking about stuff. He's like talking about like these other superhero characters. I think they're the Youngbloods. I think they had like their own comic series. They're like another set of Image Comics characters or whatever. But like he's talking about how, oh my god, I love their pouches. Their pouches are so practical and awesome. Like he's basically just like glazing the Youngbloods for their like fashion sense and like their style of dress, for like all the pouches they have, and talking about how it's so practical, it's so cool. And I just think it's so funny because anytime I hear people talking about the 90s comic book characters, like 90s anti-heroes or whatever, superheroes, everyone is always making fun of them for like all their pouches and like the huge guns and like the really edgy looking kind of armor designs and stuff like that, the leather and everything. Like everyone's making fun of those characters for that. So it's just so funny seeing the comic writers essentially glazing their own fashion design, basically having the characters in their comic glaze their own character's fashion sense. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest examples of this is that, well, for that it was obviously supposed to be like a gag at the expense of like, the fashion function, yada yada yada. This was more like just a jab at like shit like that, but taste.
Wait, it was actually meant to be a joke? It was meant to be a joke?
Because at the time, basically, a lot of superhero comics were trying to emulate Batman and his aesthetic, so there was always this focus on superhero. And keep in mind that Spawn was created by Seth MacFarlane, and MacFarlane
Todd McFarlane.
Sorry, I keep mixing those two up. It's the last name, Todd McFarlane. Sorry. And Todd used to work for, like, I think it was either Marvel or DC. I can't remember.
He worked for Marvel, and I think he made some Spider-Man comics out people really liked. Made a bunch of Spider-Man stuff.
Right, and one of the big things, and again, the reason why he started his own comic line was that, specifically, and he's mentioned this before, he was just tired of being dictated on what was trendy, what was cool, what he had to create, what he couldn't create, how the characters had to be designed, how the characters couldn't be designed, just essentially getting tired of basically being told your not even that, your hero design sucks, or we're not going to do this, make this character more like this one. And again, the pouch thing is supposed to be kind of like a jab at like the comic producers and things like that, who are like, make this, do that, yada yada yada, as a kind of like
finger. So it's basically like a middle finger to all those sensibilities, him just sort of doing his own thing.
Yeah, and that's why Spawn has never really had that sort of appearance. He's always been very, black suit, kind of like S&M sort of design. And whenever he has had like pouches or like things on him, it's always been like more military sort of style stuff, and it's always like on a leg or somewhere that's practical rather than on his belt or whatever. But that's why Spawn has such a unique design in comparison to his contemporary. Ironically, though, like I said, this is where the big thing about Spawn really comes from, and of that nature. And to kind of get back to the animated series, specifically, one of the big things is that they really did play into... Well, basically, they were trying to complete the first arc of the comics in a in a what's the word? In animated form, and the idea was essentially to just kind of slightly change it, make it a little different, try to do a story that a lot of people would be interested in, and kind of advertise the comic in an indirect way, basically. Um, and for the most part, it worked. They did wind up creating a lot of like interesting concepts, ideas, really leading into a lot of what Todd wanted for his game, what he wanted it to be like. The only main issue, again, is that, um, the main issue with it was, of course, that the HBO series got canceled before any of the payoffs could really be achieved. And again, one of the things I did enjoy about the series is that it really went out of its way to show that heaven and hell are nearly like there's no difference between heaven and hell. Both of them are just equally bad, if not worse. And I think the best one would probably be the interaction with the vampire woman and how, Spawn is so horrified that heaven of all places would send something so vile, so evil, just to try and kill him. Like his famous line is like, "What kind of heaven sends a creature like you?"
Oh man, I don't think I got to that part yet in the show. I think I watched like a few episodes of the show, but I definitely was impressed.
Oh yeah, it's one of those shows that it's like you can tell there was a lot of time, love, and effort put into it. There are attempts to show a darker side of everything, but they're not shy away from some of the darker aspects, some of the more horrifying things. Spawn is very much an anti-hero, and there's just these wonderful moments that really showcases what he is and how his motivations are in comparison. I think a good example of this would be when he finally gets a chance to meet
his daughter and his right.
I was going to say something else.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
You're good. When he gets to meet with a former partner of his, Chapel, specifically.
Oh. Okay.
And how he handles that entire interaction, where he doesn't understand what happened, why Chapel, someone he trusted, would try to kill him, and then Chapel just basically spills the beans and says, like, you were always meant to be the target, this was always a setup against you, yada yada yada. And one of the things that I find particularly interesting about that whole interaction between the two is that when when Spawn has that opportunity to basically deal with him, he doesn't kill him. He lets him know exactly who he is and what Chapel did to him that destroyed him, and it mentally breaks the man, because up until this moment, he's enjoyed killing people. He's enjoyed making them suffer. He's one of the most twisted characters, I would say, in the entirety of Spawn, simply because of that love of just death and murder and just enjoying seeing people die. His famous line of, if you want to be heard, you better speak up, while someone's burning to death, for example. And the moment he realizes that it's Al, the man he set on fire and essentially killed, has come back from the other side, it breaks him completely. He loses his mind. He actually grabs the gun he has and tries to shoot himself with it for the sheer shock and horror, and he can't. He can't shoot himself because there's no rounds in it. He begs Al to fucking kill him because it's like he doesn't want to live in an existence where, as he puts it, they're all coming back. And what I love about this is that rather than killing Chapel but not forgiving him, Al's entire thing is literally just, quote, "No, I'm going to make you live longer than you want." And the last thing we see of Chapel in the series is him just locked in a padded room, screaming his head off, constantly ranting and screaming about, "They're coming back, they're coming back. I keep killing them, but they keep coming back. I can't stop them." And that's honestly one of the best ways to show a character, not forgiving their enemy, but not resorting to just killing them. Sometimes letting them live is so much worse than just letting them die.
I see. That definitely. I don't think I ever got to that part in the show or the comic or anything like that, but I definitely do like the sound of that. That sounds pretty badass.
Oh yeah, the comic handles this a lot worse, and I say this worse in the sense of like it's good, but it's worse for Chapel, where in the show specifically, Spawn uses like a sort of like what's the word? It's like Ghost Rider's penitent stare, essentially. But the difference is that when Spawn does it, he touches you and you're forced to relive your worst moments, the things you've done to people, things like that. But Spawn is so enraged with Chapel for what he's done to him. The fact that Chapel would just do this to again someone who was close to him. In the comics, Spawn just loses his mind completely to the rage, and then just burns so much of Chapel's face off that his own skull just starts coming out, essentially. But it's not enough for him to die. So the face paint that he's wearing that's supposed to invoke a skull is gone, but he can never get rid of that like visual, ever. He will have to live with it for the rest of his life, basically.
Ah, okay. So like he just basically just melts his face off and lets him live with that, right?
Basically. I mean, he still loses his mind, but he bounces back slightly, like just motivated by the pain and everything like that. And again, there's differences between the show and the comics, simply because with the comics they wanted to do a little bit more with what they originally had, essentially. Specifically in terms of that, I do know that people aren't happy with the current run of comics, and this is because, mostly because there's this. I don't want to get into it. It's really obnoxious, but I'll keep it simple. There was a multiverse event which basically allows many different spawns from many different timelines and realities to come together, yada yada yada.
That sounds retarded.
It is. It absolutely is. And the point of the spawn is that it's supposed to be like the Ghost Rider. There's only ever supposed to be one Hell spawn technically around. Like, there are exceptions, but it's not. It's like I said, exceptions, not the rule. And one of the spawn is specifically known as the Gunslinger spawn, and he is a, for lack of a better term, he's an 1890s cowboy. Yeah. And the thing about it,
Gunslinger.
kinda. The point is that he is convicted for a crime he didn't commit, and they put him to the gallows, basically, because they don't care. The town is corrupt, and they just want to see him hang because they want a scapegoat. Keep in mind that his wife was... What? No. Again, let me clarify. The Gunslinger spawn is not black, it's just some white guy who married an Indian.
Oh, okay, I see. Sorry, my bad.
Are you thinking this is like Django or something?
Maybe.
It's like, wait a minute, different person, I swear. But no, basically he marries this Indian woman, and the town hates him for it, specifically because, again, we're talking about a time period where ignorance ran rampant. But they just basically set him up for the crime, and he arrives, and he is unrepenting. He doesn't care. There's no real good in this guy whatsoever. He's very vindictive. And this is where Malebolgia kind of comes in and offers the deal to both him and a deserter from the Union.
What's the mod, Malik?
And walk out of there alive. The Union soldier, who is Al Simmons' like great-grandfather, basically, chooses not to. He says, I'd rather die with my soul intact, basically. Whereas the Gunslinger spawn doesn't hesitate. He takes the deal, and they hang him, and then he comes back as the Gunslinger. And he just absolutely murders the whole town. He takes pleasure in it. He drinks at the saloon and then sets a guy on fire with the same drink. He shoots up the place, hangs the people from the rafters. And when he goes to deal with his former cellmate, he basically tells him he'll make it quick. He doesn't deserve to suffer. But Malebolgia basically says he has to live because, again, without him, Al wouldn't have been born. So that's basically where that storyline ends. The idea is that it was supposed to show that there are other hell spawns, there are other periods of this sort of timeline that shows these different versions of the same entity, basically. this is where that whole multiverse bullshit comes in, where for whatever reason the gunslinger is now a completely different person, and he's some Hispanic fellow and is brought to the future because multiverse time travel shenanigans. Now his goal is just to get back to his own time. That's literally it.
Was this right in the time before multiverse stuff was like not hated?
I'm not sure. It's a relatively recent storyline, and I know that when it comes to the Spawn comics, there's been a lot of like, not reboots per se, but like continuations and offshoots. So it's difficult to see where one thing goes to the other. But all I can say is that this is a thing, this is what's going on, and not a lot of people like this take on the Gunslinger because it's taking a character that, you know, before was just absolutely unrepentingly evil to just basically being like, oh, but he's like cool and getting used to like more modern stuff, and I'm just sitting there like, why am I reading this? Why do I do this to myself again?
It's a good question. Why are you reading this?
Yeah, I just gave up after the first one. All I saw was like, again, there's this bit where he doesn't like the motorcycle he's got because, unlike, as he puts it, unlike a horse, this thing just sputters out completely. Goes to a gas station, some fucking loser teenager just kind of lets him know what's going on. Loser teenager apparently has something to do with heaven because of the family connect. I don't know. Look, it's bullshit. The only thing I remember that made me laugh is that when the gunslinger asked where the bathroom...
Wait, heaven is evil in the Spawn universe?
Yes, so to kind of give
sounds oddly familiar.
Oh,
like
God.
Has-Been Hotel familiar.
I'm going to put this right now. It will always be an inferior Spawn concept. And I will always hold that over fucking Lizzie's head. Because the point of heaven being as evil as hell is literally because God and the devil are fucking siblings, and they are brats, and they constantly fight over everything. Literally, the joke... The joke... Yeah, but the funny thing about that is that their last conflict is what wiped out the dinosaurs. That's the joke. But basically, they were absolutely awful.
And everyone was shitting on Vivzipop for this?
What, that idea? No, that's, again, strictly it's Spawn territory in terms of this concept. But the idea, again, is that the reason why heaven is so fucked up is because they want to win. And they're all about law, they're all about order, they're all about these sorts of things, but they're not above doing underhanded tactics. They will hire bounty hunters to go after hell spawns. They will offer the promise of salvation if someone bloodies their hands in their name. They make, you know, they cut these sort of deals and always kind of like put in clauses that basically allows them to renege on the deal if they so choose. It's almost like a corporate sort of like evil, if you want to go it that way. Whereas with hell, it's just kind of straightforward of like, yeah, we'll help you, but you're going to get fucked over for the rest of eternity. Are you ready for that? So yeah, anyway, point is, like I said, but the only thing with the whole, the one joke I remember from that fucking gunslinger thing is that, again, when he asks where the bathroom is and starts heading to the backyard, the kid's like, you know, it's upstairs, and he's like, what kind of insanity is this? Because he's so used to like outhouses and shit like that. So I found it kind of like remotely comical.
Yeah,
that's literally it.
I like that.
Again, yeah, because it's the one. Again, it makes sense. It's like this is a character who's only ever known like this is how civilized people do things. And like this is fucking weird to him. But that's it. Everything else is relatively unimaginative. The one exception I'll give is the one exception I'll give is that because he expected something like this to happen, he specifically went out of his way to bury caches of weapons everywhere. So there are moments where he'll just go to a random location and just dig up the ground and boom, there's a whole coffin full of guns basically. And like some Indian gold he got his hands on. So it's like, oh, that's actually kind of smart. He planned for the future, even though he would probably never live to see it.
Gotta be careful when talking about Hash Brown Hotel around Ratzer. He's a thing for Fizzy Pop.
Wait, Ratzer, he really does like that stuff?
No, I don't like the show.
No, I'm joking. Don't worry.
I was about to say, it's like,
No,
wait,
I'm saying like, you know, I remember like the internet was shitting on like Vizipov for doing the idea of, oh, what if heavenly evil? But the Spawn did it, and no one complained about it.
Because it was new at the time. No, it was new at the time because, again, this is like the 90s and stuff like that. So the idea of heaven being evil wasn't really that popular at the time. So it was more of a novel concept, if anything. And again, the idea was to kind of show that both sides are corrupted, but in a sense of like, yeah, this is why Spawn staying neutral is so important, because it allows him to get a better perspective and actually do what's right rather than what's convenient.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like taking the extremes and saying like, yeah, no, fuck both sides, maybe the real thing. But no, for all my issues with Hasbin and everything like that, I'm not one of those mindless haters that's like, oh, fuck everything Vizzy does. I think I'll give her credit where it's due. She actually set out to get a goal done and succeeded. So on that, I'll congratulate her. Do I think it's a particularly interesting concept? Hell no. I've seen this done better before. But hey, you know, as they say, give the devil his due.
Or give the succubus her due in this case.
And by due, I mean, Steven. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, not too bothered by this. And again, the idea of heaven being evil. So it's been a concept more recently than anything else. Again, Bayonetta does it, I want to say, decently well, playing with the concept.
For Bayonetta, it's actually more like Divine Comedy version of heaven, not like
Be Not Afraid, basically.
Like Dante Alighieri.
Yeah, the AKA the first instance of self-insert fanfiction ever created by man.
Really?
Yeah, basically, again, to give another bit of history here. Dante Alighieri was a philosopher. He was kind of like an intelligent fellow, but a lot of his ideas were kind of like laughed out, and he was sort of rejected by many of his peers who viewed him as kind of like, not an idiot per se, but just kind of like simple, if you want to go that way. Like he could hold a conversation, but once he had his mind set on something, it was very difficult to kind of convince him otherwise, basically.
He was naive, basically. He was really autistic.
Basically. But in a way to get back at his peers, he decided to create the Divine Comedy as a sort of like way to put his philosophical thoughts into paper, and also to get back at his critics and his peers. And basically, he put himself as the protagonist, basically going to hell, going to limbo, going to hell, and then ascending to heaven, basically. And one of the biggest examples of like him writing his enemies in is that specifically he puts in that many scholars and intellectuals who are just smart enough to understand the complexities of heaven and hell wind up in limbo for all eternity, just talking in circles and discussing these things with one another endlessly, basically. Away from God's light, but never within Satan's grasp, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then from there, basically, the whole book is just Dante going to the different circles, witnessing the different depravities of hell, and then basically just philosophizing on it, and how his guide Virgil just keeps sucking his dick about how great and amazing he is.
Wow, I wonder what this from. This is so that ODST story was based on this, on Dante's Inferno.
Oh. Okay, I'm here. I mean, that's interesting, but yeah, basically.
The engineer is literally called Virgil.
Well, again, there's a reason for the name of Virgil, because this was the name of an actual...
I mean, Devil May Cry did base itself on Divine Comedy.
Yes, with the naming convention for its characters and some of the aspects, but
Ultra-
it was.
The game Ultra Kill seems to be more direct on it. Since you actually
Yes,
go into the 9 circles.
yes, you're not wrong. Basically, with Ultra Kill, it's more of a direct representation, and it does more accurately reflect what Dante wrote about. Of course, the minor differences is, of course, Gabriel being what he is, the king of hell, basically. In biblical mythology, Gabriel is supposed to be not directly the right hand of God, but sort of like his will made into the angelic form, essentially. Hence
Wait, is
why.
he part of Christian?
Yeah, Malik, I know it's Infinite Rings. Thanks for letting me know about it.
Wait, is he part of Christianity or no? I don't know because I never heard
Gabriel?
of denomination. Yeah,
Yes, Gabriel.
Like, apparently, someone told me that in some forms of Christianity they have like archangels. Like,
Yes. So Gabriel is one of the archangels, and basically, like I said, he's sort of the will of God. There are a few others like Azazel and so on and so forth. But Gabriel is sort of like, he is the embodiment of what God wants from people to a certain extent. So this is why in Ultra Kill he refers to himself as the will of God and so on and so forth. Why he's
until he got fired.
Well, basically, but this is more of a case of like they just assume he's trying to do heresy, because how could a machine with no soul beat God's will this way? Essentially, that's kind of the whole point. But again, in terms of this, like I said, Gabriel is oftentimes depicted as more willful than others. He's also kind of described as like the being who stood against Satan when Lucifer started his rebellion against heaven in the biblical sense. But again, that's more of like, that depends on the version of the Bible you read and how far in you read into Lucifer Morningstar and what led to his fall, basically. Which again, I need to specify again, because there's a reason why he fell and why he's kind of kept in the 9th circle specifically. You know, the circle for traitors and things like that. He doesn't rule hell, he's a prisoner. That's the point. Again, I'll give that to Vizzy as well. She at least understands the difference in terms of like demonology and what each demon is supposed to represent as a greater sin.
But she only understands the demons, so it really makes it.
Yes, of course. Everything else is like, fuck you, essentially.
Oh god, Adam was the hecking sexist male who was stopping Eve from eating the apple. How horrible.
When in reality, it's Eve who literally takes the bite out of the fucking apple and is like, Adam, you should eat this food. It's fucking amazing. He's like, okay.
She took the advice of Bioshock 1.
Revision. Someone told me it's just pure revisionism.
It is. It absolutely is. Again, to give context to everything and to throw it out there, in the Bible, in the earliest chapters, at the start of everything, Adam was created first and Eve was created from one of his ribs. Basically, God put them in Eden, and the goal was that they were to live in paradise under his watchful eye, etc., with the only exception being that they couldn't eat from the tree of knowledge, which was the apple tree in question. Lucifer, wanting to prove that God's creations were flawed and that they would always turn against him just as he did, as kind of like a way of saying, fuck you, Dad, basically, turned into a snake and then seduced Eve to come to the tree. And then specifically, Eve was convinced by the snake to take the apple, and then she takes a bite of it and gains information from it, which she then offers the apple to Adam, and because she's slightly more intelligent than him due to eating the apple, convinces him that it's a good thing as well. Both of them learn just enough to understand the concepts of the universe, etc., and this enrages God because they've essentially kind of unlocked the secrets he never intended them to unlock. So he casts them out from heaven, but many of the angels believe that this was too unjust of punishment. So specifically, I think it's Azazel specifically, gives to Adam his holy flaming sword to protect himself and Eve in the barren world that is Earth at the time. They survive, and this is where Adam has his children, and then this leads into the situation with Cain and Abel and what happened with that whole situation. The Vizzy version is just basically creating a completely different revisionist idea where it's not Eve, it's actually Lilith, even though in the Bible proper Lilith is supposed to be the daughter of Satan and things of that nature. But basically, she's the one who takes the apple, yada yada yada. Adam is corrupted. It's all this bullshit, and essentially, is trying to just change the fact that it was Eve who caused this whole problem to begin with, and tried to undo the old saying of behind every great tragedy is a woman, basically.
Oh, never heard of that one. Usually you'd hear behind every great man is a great woman.
It's more of like this is more of a jaded
viewpoint.
Yeah, well, basically, it's sort of like a jaded viewpoint. The idea is that if you look back at the skein of history, you'll tend to see that many, like, tragedies in humanity's history typically are caused by some woman out there, basically. And they usually point to things like Helen of Troy, for example, and that whole debacle with what happened.
I see.
Yeah, so it's, again, that's where the saying mostly gets its roots from, and then from there it's kind of like a spillover effect, but, that's kind of the point. But it mostly traces its roots back to, like, the first, Eve and everything like that, but again, in terms of the has-been stuff, it's just busy trying to undo that saying, essentially, at its core. So, yeah. I don't know what else to...
that she caused everything to happen. That's what it was all about.
Basically. Again, for all my issues with the show, and there are many that I have issues with, I'll give credit where it's due in some instances, but again, that's going to be rare and far between. Nor do I care to really just kind of get into it all, essentially. What's this? Oh, sorry, I just had to adjust something, but yeah. To get back to the Ultra Kill side of things, though, like I said, how it depicts hell is a bit more accurate to the Divine Comedy, how certain things are, such as Minos being the judge of the damned, the River Styx, things of that nature, basically. The further down, the more detailed and unique the whole thing is. The thing I'll give the developers is that they actually went out of their way to really design hell in a way that is interesting and kind of reintroduce some of the more interesting and bizarre concepts, especially with this whole blood robots and everything of that nature. I think it's actually pretty damn impressive. Minor issues here and there aside, of course. And I will also say this, Gianni does a wonderful job voicing Gabrielle. The intensity and vocal range is downright impressive.
Interesting. I'll admit, I normally really hate Gianni. I mean, I just hate him for the stupid Duke Nukem me bullshit, but...
I mean, I can't really blame him. That should be the fault of Gearbox Software for just abandoning for not selling the Duke Nukem IP.
Yeah. In terms of Gianni, again, he's a voice actor, so they kind of get their talent from, various sources and wherever they can,
he
basically.
got sterilized.
Yes, but one of the big things about this is, at least in terms of Gianni, why I'm not too... why I give him a bit more leeway is because he's honest about his, experiences. He's decent with the fans. He always kind of, delivers on his promises, and he has no chill, but in a good way, basically. Ironically enough, I still love the fact that someone managed to get him to call another streamer fucking cringe, and just went above and beyond going about that, and literally just told the guy to fucking kill himself before he left. As Gabrielle.
Oh, what streamer was this?
Let me see. Hold on. I have to remember. Yes, again, I'm having an old man moment, so bear with me, you fucking kids. Okay, it was... the streamer was... I think this was... Yeah, Trav Time, or Trav TV, I think. And he was the one who got called cringe by Gabrielle, who basically, like I said, just blew up in his fucking face. And, I think, charged him, $400 for the whole thing. As a joke, but I don't know.
What exactly did the guy do to upset him?
No, it was just a gag of, what was it? the idea was that he was like, oh, maybe I should just hire Gianni real quick to like just roast me or whatever, right? And then someone actually did contact him, gave him like this last minute sort of thing, and then he just comes in, hyping mad, like obviously as a joke, but like playing into it a bit more, and then just calls him absolute cringe and everything like that, and again tells him to fucking die, and then just leaves. Again, if you just look up on YouTube, Gabriel called me cringe, you'll see exactly what I mean. But yeah, again, I don't mind Giangia.
I like
I
the
think
idea. I have not played Ultra Kill yet. I've seen some friends play the game. It definitely looks very impressive. If I do play the game, I would love to install a mod that replaces Gianni's voice with something else.
Okay. I don't. I think you're going to be missing a lot because, frankly, he brings an intensity to the Gabriel fights to begin with.
I
like
heard
literally.
that they had the Ultra Kill butt plug, and I heard that Odalin Chan likes to use that.
Yes, that is a thing. I don't want to say how I know.
What?
What, the Ultra Kill butt plug? No.
Yeah, that.
No, it's a real.
That's in vanilla game.
No. It's a real thing somebody made in real life.
Okay,
that's
so
for
it's
the
a mod.
Yeah, but it is a thing. Is what I'm trying to say.
Because Jordan was making it sound like this was like fucking vanilla. I was like, what the fuck?
No, like for all the horror and death and destruction and like body horror this game has, it's surprisingly PG when it comes to like sexual stuff.
Yeah, I think the reason why the game's community is like uberly gay is because like a lack of female characters in the game.
You're going to hell fighting robots and killing zombies and skeletons. What fucking woman would you expect to find down there?
A demon chick? I don't know. Anime has it all the time.
What do you want to?
The hell is empty. Like that's the thing about the whole thing is that okay, literally the robots killed all of humanity and weren't satisfied, so they literally went to hell and killed all the demons. There's nothing left but skeletons and zombies. Unless you want to fuck a corpse, there's not exactly going to be a whole lot of available demonic pussy down there.
Even like Devil May Cry is like demon chicks.
Yeah, and that's why Devil May Cry is superior. But you know, we can't have nice things. You know, ignoring the abomination that's the Netflix adaptation, of course. God, I hate that thing exists. But yeah. Again, if you're gonna play if you're gonna play Ultra Kill, modded without Gianni in it, that's fine. I just think personally you're gonna be missing out on some stuff.
Man, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this shit to work.
What exactly are you doing now?
I'm trying to I'm losing so much space on my C drive.
I'm playing Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, Hayabusa. That's the game Hayabusa from Halo is from.
Yeah. I was gonna mention that earlier. I forgot to mention that earlier. I'm playing Ninja Gaiden Sigma on PC.
Which one? The first one or the second?
No, the second game.
Oh, the superior.
Well, actually, I'm playing Sigma because the vanilla version is not on PC. Only the Sigma ones, which is considered like the worst versions of games. But I'm playing like I don't know, because they basically kind of like made the game easier compared to the first one, and they kind of like removed the gore because the devs wanted like a D rating instead of a Z rating, like their vanilla. So yeah, but at the time, like but at the time the vanilla version was like originally that's like at the time when like Microsoft was like friends with Koei Tecmo, and that's how like you Halo fans got the Hayabusa armor in Halo 3.
Yeah, and the sword that is literally just cosmetic and it drives me up a wall.
Yeah.
I remember back
and
in the day, people
Nicole
told me
458, Spartan Nicole 458, which I don't even think is canon to the main Halo games, is in Dead or Alive, one of the Dead or Alive games.
Yes, she is. The funny thing, like you mentioned, Ninja Gaiden. I have to ask, and this is for everyone: is anyone familiar with the game Ninja Blade by any chance?
No.
I've heard of it.
Not so sure.
Okay,
That's the From Software ripoff. Okay, basically. No, like that's From Software's character action game. It was
wait. No. So Ninja Blade. I think this is it's a different one. But basically, what I want to mention is that because this is hilarious, they saw the success of Ninja Gaiden, the first Sigma game. And they're like, oh, we want some of that. So they literally created their own rip-off version and literally made their character look as close to Ryu as humanly possible, and then just made the game. I still laugh because it's discount Ryu Hayabusa fighting not fiends, just infected worm people. It's brilliant, to be quite frank. And again, I'm only saying it in the ironic sense. It's absolute dog water. But yeah. Now for me, I remember being interested in the Sigma series. I thought it was okay. I was pleasantly surprised by a lot of it. I also enjoyed some of the designs. I thought the fiends looked great. The main enemies were fine. The bosses were interesting, to say the least. The women, good lord, the women. It was all pretty damn good. I prefer it to the most, simply because of how... what's it called? Simply because just of the sheer amount of enemies you could fight, the designs, the different takes you could do, the more interesting plot lines, and just this overall kind of like feeling of finality. And then the third game came around, which was basically cringe and gay. I'm not a fan of it. I feel like it just kind of took everything 2 did and said, fuck it, here, we're going to make Ryu very sad now because he's killed a lot of people.
Many such cases.
Yeah. There's a reason why the series hasn't
exactly... I haven't played the
exactly...
third game, don't spoil it. I'm only playing the second right now.
Do you want to play the third? Like, honest to God.
I'll play it. I really don't care. I'd rather find out myself why people were shitting on it.
Sweet summer child. All right, fine, go for it. Just let it be known. I tried to warn you. I tried to save you from this shit. But there's that. Third one's is it's bad. And then they did that one game that everyone just kind of universally agreed just wasn't that great either. What was his name? Oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue. Yaiba, that's it. Which was basically, hey, let's do Ninja Gaiden but Borderlands style. Such a nothing burger game, but hey, whatever. I'm just glad that we're getting a new fucking Ninja Gaiden game finally after all these years.
Ninja Gaiden 4.
And the remake of 2.
It's being co-developed with Platinum Games, people behind Bayonetta, who were behind the first Devil May Cry game.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with them. I know for a fact that Platinum has done things extremely well, specifically because they understand the hack and slash. They know it's like, hey, here's the sword, here's this big enemy. Cut him to ribbons, like have fun with it, basically. So I know for a fact that that this game is going to be in good hands. I know that it's going to play like fucking like liquid crack. I guarantee you. I'm just glad that's going to be a thing now, and I'm hoping this brings us back to the Ninja Gaiden series proper, where we can get more glorious, over-the-top fucking ninja action.
I'm just glad they didn't make it too much like Bayonetta, with like no like time slow stuff.
Yeah, like again, that's something I always like about Platinum is that they understand what makes it interesting, but like what people like about a character, what makes it interesting, why you want to play this instead of the other version of the game, or so on and so forth. It's wonderfully refreshing, and I'm so glad that they understand these differences. All drama and shit aside, of course, and by that I mean what happened with Bayonetta 3 and her voice actor just basically being a little shit. Anyway, but that's just that.
I mean, who could have seen that coming? The voice actor being. I wonder why they're getting replaced by AI.
By AI, exactly.
Yeah, and I wonder why the fucking voice actor I had to deal with, I fucking replaced with AI. I wonder why I had to do that. Totally didn't cause so much fucking drama. That was so unnecessary and bullshit. To the point where I was like, fuck this, I'm not fucking dealing with this shit anymore.
Well, I think what it is when it comes to voice actors is that I think what it is that they realize that they're not actors. Nobody cares about how they look. Nobody cares about how they are presented or anything like that. So for them, they know that all they have is their voice, and that's it. So rather than using that as a way to basically be vital or important, or like showing that they're not a nuisance and that you want them, they basically try to throw their weight around as if they're a Hollywood celebrity, and basically be like, oh, you need to do this, you need to listen to me, da 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 da, blah 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 da da, and then after a bit you're just sitting there like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna get rid of you now, fuck off.
Oh yeah, and that was fucking creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
again, like I said, it's just the same bullshit, different problems, and it's kind of why I don't really respect many voice actors for a good reason, because they are just they're just the right pain in the ass, really. At the end of the day, it's just unnecessary drama and it's just unnecessary bullshit. Because again, they understand that outside of this one thing, they have nothing else going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, people wonder, it's like, oh, why do voice actors go on strike so often? It's because they keep throwing tantrums and nobody cares.
Also, another thing, to be fair, voice actors do kind of get treated like shit at times. Like, not like literally shit. Like they don't get like the same respect as like a celebrity, because like even in a country like Japan, like voice actors in Japan are treated like actual celebrities. And sometimes sometimes the companies don't even want to like even credit them for whatever reason, which is kind of stupid.
Well, it's
like, why is it so hard to type out a name of a person in the credits? It can't be that difficult.
No, it's nothing to do with difficulty or anything of that nature. This is more of how Japan does copyright characters and shit like that. Let me be completely blunt. Have you ever wondered why, like, for example, with Devil May Cry, why we don't see the same devil triggers at every game? Why it's always different?
Yeah, or no.
Okay, so when it comes to Japan, they have a very different sort of like copyright system than what we have. So if you create a character and you can prove that you created this yourself, basically you did everything, yada yada yada, and this is a completely original idea. With Japan specifically, they have to credit you and then pay you royalties every time they use that character design or that character in question. This is why whenever these companies do something, they always kind of stick with one design, or they always kind of keep something going for as long as humanly possible. And the same goes with like voice talents and things like that. That's why you don't see that many recasts in anime and things of that nature.
You're saying they don't use the same the Devil Trigger model is different, but the 1 in 5 is the same as the 1 in 4 for Dante.
Not quite. There's a slight difference between both designs, and again, that's how they tend to get away with the shit.
Oh, you're saying the specific designer.
Yes. So, for example, Devil May Cry 3 had the guy who worked on Kamen Rider for to guest star in this, and that's why the Devil Trigger designs for Dante and Verge will have a slightly more insectoid appearance, basically. And the problem is that again, they would have to credit him and pay him royalties for the designs. So rather than doing that, they instead redesigned the Devil Trigger for the next game. This is why from Devil May Cry 3 to Devil May Cry 4, Dante undergoes such a drastic Devil Trigger change. It's also why his design fluctuates between these these different versions. It's not just to show the character growing up, but it's also to kind of get away from that potential, potential royalties that a creator could demand if they feel like they're not getting sufficient compensation for the work they've done, basically. So again, this is what tends to happen. With Devil May Cry 4 and 5, however, there's enough visual differences where they can claim, well, it's a variation of a design, but it's not the same design. So that's why he has a bit more like eyes going on. That's why there's more detail in terms of his spike placement and things of that nature. It's a shitty little way of getting around it, but it is legally binding in Japan, basically, if that makes any sense. Anyway, point is that, you know, that's where the general problem comes from. So in Japan specifically, this is where you kind of see this. This is where you kind of see the subbery voice acting, by why they're also kind of treated so indifferently. So because of this is why they don't credit voice actors, or why they go under kind of like fake names. So that way there's no so that way these voice actors can work with different companies and not be in trouble for something. Let's say the voice sounds slightly similar to another character, or this, or that, or yada yada yada, basically. It's more of a case to cover their own asses, rather than risk any sort of legal courtroom bullshit that would be more of a pain in the ass to deal with. Here in the West, however, voice actors have a little bit more freedom with what contracts they can do.
I didn't even know in Japan, like, specific models of the characters copyrighted by the guy who made it. I thought, like, the company would own 100% of the rights of those models.
No, again, this is more of a case of, like, how they do copyright and how they do things differently. This is why what's it called?
Like, the authors have, like, more ownership over the... I didn't think, like, an author would have, like, more ownership than the company.
It's an odd situation, especially when you have contractors and things like that. That's why you don't see many like game designers going from game studio to game studio in Japan, where they tend to stay in one place because they have a bit more secure future there, and they are able to kind of influence how a character or character design will go moving forward, depending on circumstances and how the design is. Again, they get away with like variations, and they can always claim that, hey, we're just doing a variant of something that this creator didn't create, basically. So it's a little sneaky thing that they can do. Again, here in the West, like you said, voice actors aren't treated particularly well, but they have more freedom to pick up work however they so choose. You know, you're not locked into this, you're not locked into this unless sort of problem unless you sign a very specific contract or you're under contractual obligation and, you know, shit like that. The problem is that because these voice actors believe they're entitled to more because of like re-released games or things like that, they always throw a big tantrum and always demand that, hey, I need to be in this game, or I need to reprise my role, or this, and this, without actually, you know, showing the companies why they're the best choice. A company here can just say, yeah, we want to go with a different voice actor, or we don't feel like you're going to be a good fit for the character moving forward, and yada yada yada, X, Y, Z, blah 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 blah. And as a result, here's where the problem mostly comes in. And again, this is also why companies are leaning towards removing voice actors with AI, because an AI doesn't fucking talk back when you program it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just less drama for essentially, you know, ostensibly the same kind of goal you want, rather than just putting up with, oh, I don't agree with this because it goes ethically against this, or I should be paid more for this role, or I believe I did more work even though I came into this booth one day and just recorded a few lines, and blah, 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 blah. It's just the same general bullshit at the end of the day. And again, this is why they keep fighting for better contracts, better this, better that, better everything, because again, they know that they aren't that important when it comes to everything else. So they keep arguing these cases and essentially push companies to be like, yeah, no, I don't want to deal with you. Why would I? That's why it's not every company signs these anti-AI union shit, because they don't want to put up with it. Like, how many companies or how many games have we heard about that got destroyed because the voice talent opened their big fucking mouths and just caused drama with the audience? How many people said, I don't want to support this because of what the voice actors said on Twitter or anything like that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, the other big thing as well is that when it comes to the situation, these individuals are under no, like, what's the word? No, like, loyalty contracts or anything like that. They're not forced to work for the company's interests. So they can sabotage it and not give a shit about it. So again, this is where these problems really kind of boil over. If anything, like I said, the rise of voice AI is purely because of what these voice actors have done and how badly they've dealt with, like, backlash and things of that nature.
Yeah, of course. It's like, it's all, it's what happens.
Mm-hmm. There's only so much you can put up with. Go ahead.
Who's speaking?
Hey, you guys, okay if I meant to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like 1:36 a.m. Honestly, I should go to bed in just a bit, so I think I'm gonna head out now.
Good night.
Okay.
Hope you guys have a good one.
Thank you. Well.
Bye-bye.
But yeah. But at least that's kind of my take on all that. And again, this is where a lot of these different designs also kind of spawn from. But again, it's just kind of throwing it out there in terms of like the differences and how one nation handles its copyright versus another. So, put up with that as best you can, basically. And again, game developers are wondering why, the East is basically like, what's the word? Why they're getting their asses kicked by everybody else, everybody and their mother, basically.
Getting dominated.
Because again, the East understands, like, hey, you want a fun game? Here you go. Enjoy. No bullshit, no drama, no nothing. Just have fun, kill shit. Go nuts, do crimes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm also going to call it here. I got work in the morning. So I'll probably see you next time.
I'm glad you came to my server. I'm sorry if it's another server onto your list. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's fine. I don't mind. But yeah, I'll hopefully see you next time. And I hope this goes well. And the base, isn't too much of a pain in the ass to create.
Yeah, I hopefully, after I'm done this whole section, everything can be a little more easier going forward. I'll try to find a better way to create the interiors. Maybe I'll look into actually porting shit from Infinite. I didn't want to do it, but at this point I'm like, okay, at this point, maybe I can rework what they did into something that looks a little more like Halo Wars 2 to speed this up, because this is taking way too long. And,
yeah. Work smarter, not harder, basically.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll see you all next time. Peace out.
Goodbye.
Uh,
So, Rat Turd, what did you think of that?
Pretty good allegory.
Yeah. Do you like talking with my friends?
Yeah, they're cool.
Okay, good. Hopefully we can all chat more often like this, because I'm really enjoying this. You know, it's really nice and chill. I haven't felt like this in a long time. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how to make this cell work. Oh, that might be a good idea. Yeah, I could have those on the walls. Yeah, that's a good idea. Ah. Alright, Malik, sorry, I was talking to my friends. If you want to unlock Dark Sonic, go to Smoke and... Well, thanks for the advice. I'll keep it in mind next time I look at that game, SRB2. Make sure we get everything here. I do not have Delta Chars, and I have no idea what it is about. Oh, this could be like... Okay, that's another... Okay, I'll do that instead. It could be like a cage for the, you know, vehicles to be, like, held on or something like that. Actually, that would be a good place to put it, because what would happen is that... guess I'm gonna have to do the melting pot and forgery in another place. I guess this is where they put all the stuff to be hung out to dry, I guess, so to speak. Oh, I know what I can do to try to save some time. What we can do is reuse this and retool it to our needs.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. Good night, man.
Alright, good night. It's nice talking to you.
You too.
See ya.
Oh, don't forget to post the free game for your giveaway.
I will. I'll do it before I go to bed. I'm just gonna spend the time I'm awake to kind of work on this, and hopefully we can get some stuff ready. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed, guys. Good night. Thanks for watching, everyone. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can finish the rest of the buildings up here and kind of polish everything up. And, yeah. Wish we got more progress done, but I think in the end we got something that can work in game. Alright, thanks for watching.